Sweet. Okay. Alright. Let's see. People talking. Let's do some editor scripting. Starting room. Let's go with starting room. Editor. Let's add a new C# script. We'll call it set starting room. Okay. Solution. Open our handy solution here. Editor set. Oh, I have set start point already. Alright, apparently I tried to do this before and failed? I don't know. I probably just gave up really fast. I'm gonna have to clean up this unused stuff here. Let's see, so set starting room. We're gonna go ahead and kind of take a little bit of this batch edit script because I'm a little lazy. So using Unity Editor. Editor. Go ahead. I think we removed that. Yes, it is a mono behavior, but just do that. Okay. So what we want to do is actually I should update our thingy to say we're doing editor scripting today in Unity. How do I do that? Channel, I assume. Oh. There we go. Edit. Oh, shit. Let's see. Unity C#. Editor scripting. Game programming, game development. I'm seriously done. Done, Twitch. Okay. I don't know if that worked. Oh, I'm not logged in. Awesome. Alright, never mind. I'm not updating it. It's too much of a pain in the ass. It still is Unity C# programming, so we're gonna go with that. So the way this game works is that we have a bunch of these different rooms. This is my testing area, so there are only 2 rooms. But what we have to do here is we want to change the starting room instantly when we basically just select a room or select a very starting point, and with like a single keystroke we want to set this exact spot as our starting point. And I'm realizing now that I called this set start point, which actually makes more sense, so we're just gonna go with that one. We're gonna go with that, and we're just gonna say goodbye to set starting room, because that's not what this does. So there are 2 things that we need to do. We need to find this right here. I'll collapse everything else. We need to find our sector settings. We need to find this script, because what we're going to do is set this this start at location. We're going to be setting that based on the current editor selection. So thus when I click here, I hit a key, it sets that to the starting room. Normally what we have to do is click on this object up here, we have to open up our start locations, and we have to drag this into here. It's not a huge thing, but when you're, if you accidentally click this instead of drag it, then you've changed your selection, you have to go back here, you have to find your thing in. And when there are hundreds of rooms, as there are in Alex's scenes, a lot of the time that can get pretty painful to do. So we're just going to be able to click something and then hit a single key, or 2 keys, like Shift S or something of that nature, and set that as our new starting point. So first thing we need to do is get the selection, which is the easiest part of the whole thing. We just get the selection. Unity has a way to do that. Let's see. It's mad because I'm not using Unity Editor. Whoops. Cancel that. I have to check this out of our source control. So right here, set start point. Check out for edits. We're going to check out the meta file too, just in cases. So now we can save that file, and it's not going to give us shit. So I'm going to try to just make this, we want to call this set start point. And I think that's Shift S. I never remember the exact keystrokes, but they're little codes for the keys. But what we're going to do is we're not going to run through each of the objects. We're just going to basically make sure that there is a selection. So we should just be able to say if selection.gameObjects is greater than 0. And if that be the case, then, is it giving me shit about this? Oh, because I'm actually need to take the length of it. The selection.gameObjects is an array of game objects, so I have to make sure that the length of that is greater than 0 to make sure that you have something selected. Because if you don't, then everything will break. So what I'm going to do with this though is I'm going to just even though you can have multiple objects selected, I'm just only going to take your very first object that you have selected. If you have more than one and you're trying to set multiple points as your start point, then that makes no sense. So I'm always just going to take the first one, and if somebody fucks it up, then they can deal with that. So this is, I'm going to basically, to give you an idea, I'm going to say game object temp equals selection dot game objects, and I'm just going to take the 0th item in that array. So simple enough to do there. So that's it for a selection. Like, that's how easy it is to get the selection in the Unity editor. What I'm going to do after that is actually find this, let's see. What I need to do is find the game object that has this sector setting script. And I believe there is a find objects of type all. That's deprecated, so we're not going to use that. I guess it's just this. So find objects of type game object. It's not really happy with me. Oh, I didn't even look at what parameters this thing requires. System type. So game object should be fine though, because that is a type. Oh, I need to do type of. Lesson number 1, kids. Type of for game object will actually will return the actual type. That is game object and not the game object class. So that's as easy as we're gonna basically find all the game objects. We only really care about one. So what we actually need to do is say, I guess, let me see what find objects of type returns. It returns an object. I haven't really researched this enough, so we're gonna learn together. Let's see, find objects of type. I wonder what I can do here. ToString. So let's print this out. Let's see what this does. Find type. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna actually just print. We're gonna print out what we get from this result here. So hopefully, if we have this in here, set start point, and our console returns sector 2 level 1. Let's see. So it's just returning a single object. Hopefully that's not my, what happens if I delete that object and then try it? Then it finds thick platform 09. Thick platform 09 is right here. Let's see, transform sorting. I don't know why that would do it. Let's see, selection. Oh, that's messed up. Text selection. Oh, I see. Find object plural. That's what I'm actually looking for here. That's why I don't find object of type apparently just returns a single object, and I guess it's pretty arbitrary which object it gives me. Game object. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and try to print this out now. And this should this is probably just going to give us a this is going to return some kind of like, hey, it's an array of objects, and it's not really going to give us any super important information. Let's see, set start point. Yeah, it's an array. What do you want? What do you want to know? Let's find out the length though. And this will just tell us how many game objects are in our scene. If you have any interest, there are 27 game objects in this scene. So we're going to basically go through all of those and find the one that has our sector setting script. So instead of printing this out, let's see. We don't need to print this out. We need to do this. Let's see. Somebody's talking to me on the Skype. Okay. Alex is going to join us. I don't got time for that. I'm just gonna call everybody and they're gonna deal with it.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, hey. Type of games.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so I'm doing a script, another script I thought of that will help you out.
Sick.
I don't know if you've been looking at the stream at all, but so what I'm doing to go over it for you then is I'm sure you're familiar with the way that we set the starting location of the thing. So we have to click on this big game object which holds all of the information for the whole sector. It controls the exact point of the level that you start at, and of course we're going to have one just set like when the game is released. But for testing purposes, you want to start in different rooms, and we need to really quickly just be able to set that whenever we want. So what I'm doing is actually I'm just going to have it based on your selection. So all you'll have to do is select a single game object, you hit a key, and that becomes your new starting point. So that will make it much better than having to click on this big game object, you open up this hierarchy, and then you drag it into this location. And if you click here, you fuck it up and you have to start all over. It gets frustrating when there's tons and tons of objects. So we're going to fix this little problem with a handy little editor script, and everyone's going to be happy.
Sick. You are the best.
About it. I does what I can do. So what we've already done is we've already been able to find our selection in Unity through the editor. Really quickly, you can just access your selection by typing selection with a capital S. Selection.gameObjects, more specifically, will return an array of every object that you have selected. So based on that, I just grab the very first object that you have selected, and then I need to find the sector setting script and then just set that object to the sector setting variable that I want. So we are already halfway there, and people are chatting it up. Oh yeah.
Sorry, that's me and Mary. We're talking about devil plus angel stuff.
If she wants to do a screen share, she can still do that without a mic. If she wants to do some live concept arting, because I know last time people really liked the concept arting. It was a popular one. So.
Cool. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some level design at the same time as well, so I'll let you know if I got something interesting on the go, but otherwise, carry on and stuff.
Well, I can just add a Skype video if you just want to do it anyway.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, yeah, give me a moment, but yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah, just let me know.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna write some stuff up for Mary really fast, and then I'll be joining you on level design stuff.
Cool.
Cool.
Okay, so we're gonna find, here's our objects, our full objects that we have in here, which is every object in this scene. What we want to do is look through them and find the one that has our sector settings script. So what I'm actually going to do is make this return a sector settings. Get sector settings. Whoops, I'm going to pluralize that. So what this actually will return a sector settings. I don't even like that. Oh, okay. It's just giving me shit because I haven't yet returned a sector settings. So let's see. Find objects of type of game objects, and so I'm just going to remove this from up here. So we're going to return every object that we have in our scene, and we're going to go through it and find the one that has our sector settings script. So we're actually going to do a for int I equals 0.
Oh, hello, Luma Radio and Alley Cats.
Well, Alley Cat is Mary.
Oh, hi, Mary.
I believe. But yeah, what's up? Is it Illuma Radio? Yeah, thanks for joining, and yeah, let me know if you have any questions. We're just writing up a little Unity editor script to make things faster for us when we are making the games. So let's see. So I'm writing a for loop to iterate through all of the objects in the game to find the one object that has our sector setting script. Theoretically, multiple objects could have the sector setting script, but we only really care about one. So I'm going to say, so I'm starting off with the for loop. If anyone is not familiar, we're going to just start off with it just runs through a number. So I'm running through 0 to however many objects we have in this scene. So starting with 0, I is less than find objects of type of game object dot length, and then I plus plus. So what this does is we're going to take each individual game object. We're going to look for a sector settings. Psydra Games, how long do you program? Do you mean how long are we programming tonight, or how long have I been doing this? I guess I'll just answer both. We're probably going to be a few hours tonight. It's almost 8 o'clock here, so I doubt we'll be going too far past 11, if anything.
It's almost 1 o'clock my time.
Yeah, so you're going to be on for another 4 hours, so deal with it.
Probably.
But, I mean, I've been programming to some extent throughout most of my life. I think I started in BASIC, in GW BASIC and Q BASIC when I was 5 or something like that. It's not like I've been straight up programming for my entire life straight through. But I've dabbled here and there, and then got serious about 6-ish years ago. So yeah, that's how long that's been going on. And I've been working in Unity about 2 years, I think. We pretty much started in Unity with this game, and both iterations of that have been about, it's been 2 years now, hasn't it? I want to say it must have been November-ish.
Yeah, it's been 2 years. Yeah, we were working on the game for about a year, and then for circumstances, we basically had to restart the game, and so we've been working on the new version for about a year now. So we've got a crazy amount done actually, and within 1 year's time. Like, it's actually kind of alarming when you think about how much we've actually done on this game since then. So, but it's been fun. It's been good, and we're making really good progress.
Yeah. So let's see. Can I not get object type? Type component. I get. How are we gonna get this? Let's see. Let's look up this Unity editor, find objects of type. I wrote that wrong. Find objects of type. There it is. For each. Yeah, that's an easier way to do it. Let's do that. Let's see. So we're gonna say game object array temp obj. I don't know what to call this. I'll just call it temp obj because I'm not feeling particularly clever. Find objects of type. Game object. Let's see. No, type of game object. I've made this mistake like 3 times now. So, that should be how I get my array. It still doesn't like it. Oh, it's not because it's not. It's just object. It's not game object. This returns an array of objects. So, what we're going to do is for each game object. Let's see, for each object, was it for each object, obj, blah, 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 for each object, temp obj. No, I already called this temp obj. See, this is already a disaster. All objects, for each temp object in all objects, we're going to do this. Let's see, if our temp obj how do we get a component of an object? Let's see. Find objects outside of which. Oh, actually, why don't we just say, why don't we just make this a sector settings. And let's see, return, and it's probably still going to give me, I guess it's not going to give me shit for this. Object to sector settings. Sector settings. And you're going to say that not all code paths return value. So then I'm going to say, fine, I'm going to return nothing if you don't find it. So let's see. Uptime, I don't know. I'm excited about uptime too, though. Roshan Dublin. I'm excited about our uptime. We have really good uptime. So what I'm actually going to do before I return this is print it out, make sure this is happening correctly. If you do anything in Unity, you should probably use the debug log like 1,000,000 times, no matter what you're doing. So we're gonna, I was joking. I'm not quick enough to get you then. That's the problem. So let's see.
Oh, snap. Mary's showing her screen, by the way. Some really cool stuff on the go as well.
Oh, okay. Let me add that real quick then. I like to have both going. Oh, that's fucking holy shit. That's already?
Yeah.
How is that already a thing that you have going?
Freaking
Jesus
awesome.
Christ. Alright, well, yeah, I'm gonna make that.
Gotta keep up with all of you.
Seriously, just dragging the whole team down.
Oh my god.
Okay. There is the arts. That should be...
That's my face.
Some streams have commands. Let's see. I'm guessing you were new stream to have it. You were too new to stream. Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, I guess this account has existed for a while, but we haven't really done anything at all with it. Already use enum. I have used enums, if that's what you're asking. I'm not doing it in this particular case. But if you have a good use for enums here, I'd love to hear it. So we are going to we're going to print out everything that is of type sector settings right here, and then we're going to return that. So what I need to do actually is say sector settings settings equals get sector settings. Oh, I think I have to make it a static or some shit. What was it? Static? Yeah, I have to make it static. Otherwise, I'm not allowed to use it. So there we go. So I've set I'm going through all of my objects, finding the things that have the sector settings script on it, or more accurately, I'm just finding all of the sector settings components, and I'm just returning. I'm returning instantly, even though I'm doing a for each here. I'm returning the first one I find, so it doesn't even iterate through everything. It's just kind of tossing out the first one that it finds. But if it doesn't find anything, we're just going to return null. So that should never happen, and I can maybe make a case for if it does happen, but it really should never happen. So I'm going to toss the console over here, hopefully, so you can see it. I don't know. I haven't figured out the whole changing the Unity UI to be better for streaming thing yet. So set start point, boom, we found our big game object sector settings. So what we can do with that is we can actually now set the object that we have here. So I have this variable settings now, which is holding the sector settings that I am getting from this handy function right here. So I'm going to say, hey, find all the sector settings that we have, which we should only have one, and we're going to just go ahead and return the first one we find anyway. So I'm just going to remove that print because we just don't need it. So we're going to return the first one we find, so that's going to be our settings. And now we want to set the particular variable in that sector settings script to our selection. And it should be the transform. I'm not 100% certain, but it should be. This should take a transform and not a thing. No, it does take a game object. Okay. Fine then. That's easy enough. So now that we have our temp game object, we should just be able to say now settings start at equals temp. I have all obj, temp obj, and temp and settings. Those are my variable names. They're terrible. And if I think of smarter things later, I will add them. But for right now, we should now be able to just click on any old, so we're at sector start. That's our start at currently. So if we now click on this location right here, we can have game object set start point, which is Shift S. And now if we go back up to the game object, we can see that we have changed our start at location. And I can make this anything now. So I can say this thick platform right here and say Shift S and go back to our big game object. Our start at location is now thick platform 009, which would start us inside of a box, which I'm sure Alex will do many times with this.
I'd never done such a thing.
So I'm sure you've done so much worse.
Yeah, pretty much.
So just to test out our other functionality, I'm selecting 3 objects now, and if I hit our same script, it's going to take the first thing that I have selected, which, depending on how the selection enum works in Unity, will probably either be thick platform 009, 009, or thick platform 012. So let's go ahead and run our script. I can shortcut it, but I'm going to show you what I'm doing. So Shift S, and we go to our big game object. It is in fact thick platform 009. So just to recap here, what we're doing is we're taking our selection. We want to select any object, and we want to then make that object our new start location. And our start location is in this big game object right here, and it is, let's see, yeah, I think you can see that, yeah, and it is this start at location. So what we do is we first find the sector settings component, and there should only be one in our entire scene because this is the settings for the entire level of this game. So we run our get sector settings function, which returns the sector settings script, the component. It's going to iterate through each object that has the sector settings component, but we're just going to return the first one we find. There should only be one, so we're just going to return the first one we find. And worst case scenario, if for some reason we don't have any sector settings components in this entire scene, which basically means that the scene we won't be able to play it at all, because the game requires this a lot of things to be set in here to be able to do anything at all. So if we don't have this, we're going to return null, and you're just going to have to deal with your terrible game design, Alex.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But we're going to assume that that's not happening. So for people who joined in but are not aware, the thing right above my head, like right there-ish, is some concept art that is being done live. It is what is going to be the containers for the clone objects that we are going to be spawning. Since I haven't really shown you anything of this game, let me throw this guy right here. And show you. Oh, that's awesome. I think I just actually did the first, yeah, I have it set to the sector, to the room start point. But luckily I can fix it so ridiculously fast. So here we have our Spaceman Mike. This is our main character, and he has some friends with him. And we can show you that. Actually, I think level 1 should have the spawner, so I'm going to try that right now. Even just this little test, I'm loving this shortcut already, so I'm very excited for you to have it. So I hit this button.
Awesome.
I spawned a friend right here, so now it's all like double mint twins all up in here. We just kind of frolic along and do the same exact things. So I forget if this is unstable energy. It probably is, though. Yeah, I suppose it is. But no worries, I can just spawn another guy. I actually really need to figure out what's going on with the clones because they are just kind of flying off into Nowheresville when they hit unstable energy, and I have no idea why. Because to show you what's supposed to happen when you hit unstable energy, this is what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to die a much more horrible death than these clones are. Dying. So we really, really need to fix that.
Yeah.
And just I've done this. I do this on stream just every now and again just to show you the absurdity of the thing that we are making here. So I can just really chop this guy into the littlest bits of pieces. Let's just take off his half of straight down. Oh, I went a little too far. That was my fault. I just kind of enveloped his whole body instead of just taking half of him. So let's try this again. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was better. And now let's try just the feet. Just the feet. All right. Sweet.
Sick.
Okay. So, fun times. Fun times with murdering your main character horribly over and over again in the most grotesque ways possible.
That's what it's about.
It's pretty much, that's like the alternative title to this whole game.
Gruesome Death, the game. Call in the game.
Murdering your main character horribly over and over again, forever.
Call in the game.
What?
Call in the game.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so now that we have that done, I'm just going to go ahead to our source control. I never added the first thing I did was add a script called set starting room, and then I found right next to it was one that I already made who knows how long ago called set start point that I never finished. So we're going to go ahead and go to the editor and just delete that other one. Set starting room. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and delete that. I never added source control, so nobody cares. Reload all. Go ahead. Yeah. Inconsistent line endings. So I'm just going to go ahead and submit that. Check in pending changes. Yeah, do it. Okay, so Alex, if you sync now, you can grab that script and start using that shortcut, which is, I'm already finding it ridiculously handy. It's Shift S is the first thing that I thought of for a keyboard command, because Control S is save. We don't want to do that. So I figure I'll just make it a little bit different.
Okay.
So we also have this little handy thing for tasks that Alex never uses. It's pretty new, to be fair. So this is editor script, set selection to starting room, so I'm just going to grab that over and done. That is done. This is the other one that I have for editor scripting. Add a material when the material is null. So we can test that out. I suppose we will just go ahead and do that. I guess I'll do it with selection. So let's go ahead and make a new editor script. I'll create another C# script. I'm going to call it assign. Okay, so I'm writing a script to assign the flat black material to anything that has no material. That is to say, it is the material is null in it. So what would you want that to be called?
One sec. Sorry, I was writing one thing. Say that again. You're looking for a script to add a flat to add anything with no material to make it a flat black.
Yeah, like you know how we have those hot pink objects now because the material got deleted somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
So I'm assigning those all the flat black thing. Like, what would you want that to be called?
The script to be called default black.
Okay, I guess like well, I want to. It needs to be kind of descriptive. It's doing a thing, so I guess you would call it like assign black material or something.
Yeah, that sounds better than what I came up with.
Assign black material. Let's go with
Let's do that.
You're gonna yell at me. Yeah. Reload. Okay. So here we go. Solution Explorer. To answer Habs 1 questions, I don't know anything about Photon Cloud. I'm trying to use it. Yeah, I have never used Photon Cloud. I'm not sure what it is. Photon sounds familiar in reference to using Unity. That might be an add-on or something like that, but I'm afraid I've never used such a thing. And I don't know even what it does to try and suggest an alternative or anything like that. But if you want to tell me what it does, I'll try and help out in some other way. Cancel. We're going to get rid of this. So we have our assign black material script, which we are going to say is using Unity Editor. Oh, multiplayer framework. Okay. In that case, I would say, assuming it's not the thing that, assuming it's not the framework that Unity 5 is actually using, Unity 5 is overhauling their whole networking system. So, to be perfectly, and yeah, I think and Unity 5 is coming out like relatively soon. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Unity 5 is coming out before you can finish a multiplayer game. So you may just want to hold off on Unity 5 for networking stuff. But I have seen, a lot of tutorials on networking. I don't necessarily know that you need a specific framework or an add-on or whatever it is to do it. But you're probably best off, especially if you're already new to Unity, you're probably best off just like learning Unity straight up first before you try to make a multiplayer game. And then once Unity 5 comes out, it's going to make it way, way easier to make a multiplayer game, so I would do it then. That's the only suggestion I can really give you at this point. Oh, that's for Mary. I don't care about that.
I'm sending to everyone.
Well, I'm not taking it.
Whoever wants to look at it, it is there. I was gonna stream me typing a Microsoft Word document. I figured that wouldn't be particularly entertaining, so
Oh, you never know. Oh,
so watch me.
Is that in trade? Is that set in stone? Oh, it'll probably be out March or April. Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. March or April of next year, Unity 5. Seems like a decent time frame. I mean, Unity 4.6 is already in beta, so I don't know. I would imagine it would come out January at the latest. It seems like that would be kind of ridiculous to wait too long. Okay, so what I need to do is add our new script to the source control. So assign material to editor and the meta file as well. So there we go. Okay, so let's see. Let's actually find a scene that has these materials. If you've worked in Unity at all, you'll probably have seen this before.
Oh, quick question for you, Joe. I got a conflict with physics2d settings.asset in the source control. Do I say overwrite local file or folder, right?
Yeah, I would just overwrite it. Like as a general rule, take anything that the source control has.
Sure.
That's going to be the safest thing to do. Oh look! I started off, and there's instantly right in front of me is fuck. let's just do this. Whatever. Right in front of me is a hot pink orb. And I don't know if you have intentionally left some of these hot pink because it's easy to see. But I feel like there are new levels that come out that have this material.
Yeah, I left a little of them like that because they were easy to see. I'm like, we'll get something for that later anyway. But I mean, there's some of the earlier ones that I assigned at least base materials for now. So yeah, I mean, I can change those for future orbs though. And I mean, if I find any black orbs floating around, I'll just fix them as I see them.
Yeah. So let's see. Sphere collider, mesh renderer. Okay, so the thing that we're fixing is this thing right here, where we have all of these objects, and there's probably most of them are platforms. This circle's kind of a bad example. You can already see them around here. Here's a
also,
what?
Joe, I'm gonna check out level or sector 1 for a bit. That cool?
Yeah, I'm not editing. Well, I'm looking around in here, but I'm not actually editing anything right now. So.
Okay, cool. If you need something, just let me know.
Cool.
Sorry, carry on.
Oh, by the way, I did already change all of our assets to be text, so we can check them out and merge them and everything.
Oh, that's sick. Okay, that's great.
Actually, just as a handy thing for anybody in the project settings in the editor, for anybody who is working on a project with multiple people, this setting is super important. The asset serialization. If you set this mode to force text, it will all of your scenes and all of your assets that Unity saves will be in text form, and what the benefit that gives you is that will allow you to merge especially if you're using source control. So if two people edit a file and they both go to submit it, if it's in text, then your source control tool can actually merge the two changes together, so you don't have to worry about stomping over other people's work and messing everything up. It's super handy. And I can show you an example of that real quick. Show in Explorer, and we open up our text editor. So this right here is a Unity scene file, and this is all text. So if you set your asset serialization to text, this is how your levels will save. So you'll see like this is I can see this is a game object right here. This is the transform component in that. There's a bunch of flags here, audio source. So this is all text, and it's like super human readable as long as you know what you're looking at. This allows you to merge, and one of the things that I'm going to do in a later stream is I'm actually going to write a Python script to search through all of this text and be able to get information out of it. For anything that has like broken links to things, or you want to find out all of the objects that have a certain script on them or something like that, you can, obviously you could manually go through this if your scenes are really, really small. Ours are not small. So this, for instance, this file right here is 203,000 lines of text. So obviously if you're looking for something, you don't want to just scroll down 200,000 lines of text. We're going to write a script that will find things instantly. It's super, super handy. So I'm going to do a Python script stream on doing that at a later date. I haven't worked out this thing, but I do want to get a schedule going, honestly, and I might do like Mondays or something like that. Just have a stream every Monday, devin stuff. So, anyways, is that YAML? I don't know. YAML. People so often in chat will say words that I'm like, that looks familiar, but I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about the editor is Sublime Text, but I'm not sure. If you want to clarify, I will gladly answer the question. So what we're going to do is we have this missing material. we're just going to find everything that has this missing material, and we are going to assign it our flat black material, because most of these things are just platforms that YAML's markup. Okay, in that case, I'm not entirely sure what Unity uses, to be honest. It's probably proprietary. I don't know that they use any particular markup for their scenes. It's just a Unity scene file. I'm sure if you search if they use a standard markup for their scene files, then it's that. I don't know. I've never bothered to look it up. The Python script probably won't need to really know that information to be able to run effectively in any case. So I don't worry about it unless it becomes important for some reason. So let's go ahead. And so the first thing we're going to do is I want to make sure, I'm pretty sure this material may turn up null if I actually go to print it out. We're going to double check now. So here's our assigned black material. I'm just going to once again grab the, just steal this little script here, because this will just give me my starting point. So under game object, and actually we should probably just make a separate menu item for this, like for our custom scripts, but material, and let's do M. So I think that's Shift Alt M. This one, because it's not going to be used as often, I want to have it be a Shift Alt so that you don't accidentally hit this.
I like
it. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder to accidentally do. So actually, that mesh. What we're actually going to do here is we're going to load a material. So I'm just going to go ahead and hold that for a second. We're going to hold that thought. People are once again talking. Okay, it's Mer. Screen share. Okay. I mean, honestly, yeah, you're free to do that if you want. I'm sure people don't mind just looking at the image because it's awesome. We should also just like figure out a way to just like do a kind of like scrolling, just show bits of concept art. I can't think of the term for it, but a little slideshow, if you will, of concept art that we can just put on there. So it's not just people mostly looking at text, which I know a lot of people like to watch the coding part of it, but so once again, we're going to use our selection in this script. So I don't want to just look at every single game object. If you only need to fix one single, if you only need to fix one room, then I don't want to have to iterate through the entire, hundreds and hundreds of objects to just get your selection. So I'm just going to use the selection, and I'm going to iterate through all of those, and I'm going to assign the material if it doesn't have one. So what we're going to do is we're going to print out, we're going to find out what the editor thinks this material is. Section to game objects. So since these are all game objects, I'm going to say temp obj dot what do I have to do? Renderer dot material. I think that should be what we're doing. Let's find out. Let's see. So we go under game object. Once it compiles our script, there we go. Assign black material. So it actually says default diffuse, which is actually a little unfortunate, just because default diffuse instance. Did I select one? Oh yes, okay, good. I selected one that actually had a for real material. This one is actually missing, so we're going to go up and select this and do assign, where is it? I lost it already. Sign black material. So let's see. Instantiating material due to render during edit mode. This will leak materials on the scene. Most likely we'll want to use. Aha. Okay. So use render.shared material. That's a good tip, Unity. Let's try using render.shared material. You're not gonna make it that easy on me. There we go. So let's see what shared material gives us when we use that. So game object, assign black material, default diffuse instance. So that is this one. Where is the broken one? Here's the broken one. The material is a prefab. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like always the case in Unity. I don't know if I can really say that, but it seems to be. You have to make a material object to assign. You have to make a material prefab to assign to an object. So that's under like here. If we go to materials. So all of these are materials, so they're effectively prefabs, I think, in every sense that Unity uses them. Let's go to the error message. Yeah, the error message was basically saying that it was taking the instance of the material instead of directly looking at the file that it was trying to access. So let's go. So if we go to this missing material and we do assign black material, there. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Surprisingly enough, we wanted to see the null reference exception. So what that means is that we have tried to convert a null reference to a string. And to kind of demonstrate that a little bit, if we actually just said temp object shared material, we could say if temp object shared material equals null, then debug print log. I don't know why I said print. There is no material. And else render.shared material to string. Nope. You. Okay. So that's the only reason why I asked. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, everything it's set to a prefab, but on the object, when we go to render.material, it's trying to find the instance. So this will actually reference the prefab itself. And so we can confirm that this all worked by selecting something. So let's select something that does have a material. Wow, that has 3 missing materials. I don't even know how that happens. So we go to game object and we go assign black material, default diffuse instance. So this one has our material that we need. This one right here is a missing one, so if we do the same script on that, we get this message that says there's no material. So that's how we know that our object is hot pink in our scene. And so that's a problem. So we're just going to go ahead and for everyone that happens to, we're going to assign this flat black material that we've used here. So it should be under resources flat black. So we're going to go ahead and load that into our script as the very first thing that we do. So let's see. Temp material resources.load. Let's see, I think we should just call it flat black, capital B, type of material as material. So we load our material. Hopefully, what is your problem? Yeah, it doesn't exist. You're absolutely right. That's because I didn't make a static material called temp mat. So now it exists. So take that, smart Unity compiler, you jerk. So now we have loaded our material as temp mat, and we are going to assign it. If there is no material, we're going to go ahead and assign temp_obj.renderer. See, I'm not sure if I can set the shared material, but we're going to try. We're going to learn things. Asset postprocessor. I'm not familiar with asset postprocessor, but yeah, selection.gameObjects. If you need to do any kind of like quick editing of objects, and you have to do something over and over again, and it's super annoying, just write a script for it. Like, even if you only have to do it like a few times every time you get into the game, it's super useful to just write a script that does something. You should never have to like do 3 things every time you go to do one thing. That's pretty standard. But yeah, editor scripts are super easy to do. All you have to do is add this using Unity Editor right here, and put it in the editor folder within Unity, which is, grab you, let's use you as another tab. So right up here in the editor, so you actually do have to make a folder called editor, and that's how Unity knows to use these scripts up in these menus and all that kind of stuff. If you put this script anywhere else, Unity is not going to recognize it as an editor script. So that's number 1 right there. So let's see. So we're going to go through. Let's see if this runs. So if our object doesn't have a material, we're going to go ahead and assign it one. And let's see. We're going to go project and assign black material. And look at that. We have assigned our material as flat black. So, and we can do this for multiple. Oh, okay. Pro tip also, if you are using Unity, you can, if you write an editor script, you can't undo it by default. You will have to you'll have to actually script that in if you want to be able to undo an action that you did in script. And if we find some issues with that, then we'll have to add that into our scripts. But for right now, we're just going to deal with our problem. So if we go here, we take these first couple of things. Let's see, missing material. You have material? No, you have none. So now if I select all of these and I go and I hit assign black material, I just assigned to my entire selection. So that's super handy, but the problem is that this you'll have to expand everything out and select each object individually if we want this to work for our entire selection. For instance, if I select this top object, which contains all of these quads that don't have materials, and I go ahead and I run this, it's not going to do anything, because all it did was it looked at the object that I had selected, and then it just went through and it said, okay, well, you don't even have a, see, we got an error here because it says you don't even have a mesh renderer on here. So actually, to avoid these kinds of problems, we will actually first have to make sure that the object has a renderer at all. And so we should be able to do that by just saying if tempObj.renderer equals null, and say .log there ain't no renderer here. So that's going to be our message if there's no renderer. And if there is a renderer, then we're going to do all of this stuff and make sure that that renderer has a material. So let's see. So now when I redo the script on top of this on this quad tests object, this quad tests object is just a blank game object. It has, the only thing it has on it is a transform. So there's no renderer whatsoever. So if I try to access the renderer, it's going to be like, hey, there's no renderer to access. You are stupid. And I don't generally like my scripts tell me I'm stupid. I like to tell other people they're stupid. So
about to say, your scripts usually tell me I'm stupid, I'm pretty sure.
I always make sure they tell Alex that he's stupid, but I don't like them telling me that. So, as we can see up here, we did indeed get the error message that says there ain't no renderer here. So we have avoided actually getting this missing component exception by doing a check first to see if there's a renderer. And yes, in trade, Visual Studio, if you use Unity, just go ahead and uninstall MonoDevelop right now and install Visual Studio. I guess unless you're using it on a Mac, in which case, good fucking luck. I don't know what to tell you. But Visual Studio is great. It's actually fully integrated with Unity. You can, let's see, your editor settings should allow you to use, I forget where it is now. I think it's actually just in the settings and not in where preferences. External tools, and you can set your external script editor to be Microsoft Visual Studio Express. So yeah, that would be the first thing you do after you install after you install Unity. If you're going to install Unity, there's an option to not install MonoDevelop. I don't highly recommend that. And then you do this, and then you're good. You'll never have to worry about this again. And yeah, and Visual Studio also has the dark theme that you can use with it. MonoDevelop does have a dark theme, but it's only inside the code tab that you're working with. It doesn't change the rest of the GUI, so you'll have the really, the dark theme that you like in this one window, but then the rest of it will be like bright white and annoying, and it's pointless. Don't use MonoDevelop. Just don't do it, ever. So we're gonna go ahead and we're not gonna print anything if the renderer isn't if the renderer is null. We're just gonna ignore that case. In trade, we are using 4.5.5 F1 or something of that nature. So yeah, I no, in trade, do not apologize for the questions. Questions are great. Gives me an excuse to say more things. Because otherwise I'm just mumbling about what I'm doing, which is fine. But I also like answering questions. So instead of checking the case for the renderer being null and then saying else for if the renderer is anything but not null, since we're not doing anything if the renderer is null, I'm just going to not bother having any code for that case. So we're just going to say, hey, if the renderer is not null, then we're going to do all this stuff. So now here's the tricky part. So as I mentioned before, if we go ahead and click on this quad tests object and try to run our script on that, it's just going to, let's see, assign black material, nothing happens. And nothing happens because I only have one object selected, and that object doesn't even have a renderer. So it's just going to skip the whole thing. So what we actually want to do is check all of the child objects of this object. And we're also going to have to check the child objects of the child objects, and it's just going to go on forever. So if we select this top object, our room level object, that will check our quad tests, and then that will in turn check all of these below. It's a I can't think of the term for it. It's a method or philosophy or something of that nature called recursion, where we're basically looking through all the child objects of an object, calling a function on it, and then if that object has any children, then we're also calling the same function on all those child objects. And I'll show you, in case you've never seen it before, I'll show you how that works. So what we actually need to do is we need to make a function that is our function to just swap the material. And so we're going to call that, we're going to say static void, because if you're writing an editor script, all of your functions have to be static functions, because that basically guarantees that they will always, like, there will always be an instance of that somewhere, you know. I'm not going to bother explaining it. Just make your function static. If you're doing an editor script, it needs to be done. Unity will complain if it's not. So we're going to do a static void, and this is going to check a single object. So what we've done now is we've just checked this whole section right here is the code that we have to check a single object for a renderer, and then perform the material swap if we have a null material set to it. So I'm going to take this whole section right here, and we are going to paste that right in here. And so we obviously need to set a game object temp obj up for that. And so what we want to do is we're going through each object in the selection, and we are going to perform the assign mat function on it. And so now we've just basically gotten back to parity here. Assign mat right, because I need to actually pass this parameter that I've created. So this brings us back to parity with where our script is at. It's just going to run this function on each one of those objects. Now the trick is that we need to check this object now for any child objects that it has and perform the same function on it. So the way that we do that is we say if, now I don't even fully remember this, I'm kind of half making this up as I go along, but what you do is you actually get the transform of this object, get child count, there it is. That's apparently deprecated. I feel bad for using deprecated stuff, so I don't know. Child count. I don't know why this is deprecated. What?
Hey, speaking of deprecation,
oh boy.
I underestimated how incredibly late it was. It is actually 1:30, so I'm probably going to jet. Sorry for not being super talkative, by the way.
Your brain is deprecated?
My brain is so deprecated right now. It's ridiculous. So anyway, I'm going to take off, but have a great stream and have a great code session.
All right, cool. Thanks for stopping by.
See you guys. Goodbye.
Later. Let's see. Is child count. See? There it is. That's the not deprecated one. So we're taking the int child count, and we're just checking if it's greater than 0. What's going on? Let's see. I don't know why. Is AJ trying to join? Whatever. Is it still showing my Skype video even though there's nothing there? Yeah. Let's just remove that for now then. Okay. So we're going to check this this temp object transform. So we're checking the number of children that this object has, and if it has, let's see, Get components in children. Use them as renders every child. Is it fully recursive, as in it will go through the entire thing? That would be interesting. I'm kind of curious to see that now. Let's see. I'm willing to give that a shot then. Let's see if we want to just... let's see. Get components in children. So if that's the case, get components temp.get components in children. So it does return an array of components. It would appear. A field initializer cannot reference a non-static field method. Okay, so everything has to be static, basically. If you're writing an editor script, xcumgax, it's an interesting name. If you're writing an editor script, then all of your variables and your functions need to be static. So field is coming from a non-static field method. So whatever field or method you're trying to reference there, you will need to make that field or method static. So for instance, in this script right here, I have the static void assign mat. It needs to be static for the editor to be able to use it. So that would be the first thing I would check. If there's some reason that you cannot make it static, then you won't be able to access it from a static function. So anything that, if you're trying to access anything from a static function in any way, or if Unity is forcing it to reference a static member, then you have to just make all of your variables or your functions static to do that. Let's see. Yeah. So the I see what you're doing there, Outcast. The thing is, though, for doing the for each transform child in temp.obj, the reason that I'm not doing it that way, and you can kind of like do the reason I'm not doing it that way is because I'm not trying to iterate through the transforms. Actually, I'm trying to access the components of that game object. And I know you can kind of do that through the transform. I can go to the transform and then say transform.gameObject.renderer.material. But that's one more thing that I feel like doing. It's cleaner for me, and it's more conceptually accurate for me to just go through a game object and then grab the renderers in that game object. So let's see. I think, okay, there we go. Get components in children. So I guess it's a mesh renderer then. You're really annoying me. Here we go. So that will return us all of the mesh renderer components. So I guess I would have to do a for each temp.obj components for each what material? For each mesh renderer, temp renderer. I'm just going to say temp mat in temp mat. Yes, thank you for coming back, Outcast. I'm glad that people who saw the the kind of debut stream, I suppose, as it were, have returned. I'm trying to get. I do want to get a schedule going for this, and just say, like, every Monday evening, and hopefully we'll do some kind of weekend thing as well. So yeah, I would love for that to be the case. I don't know what other people's schedules are, but I definitely want to make this fairly consistent now. So let's see. So I guess, so now that we're returning a mesh renderer here, if temp mat, I keep putting spaces in the beginning because that's how I do it in Python. Material, yeah, render.material. I can remember this possible specifying method. Execute the method. The method for return the array after the in modifier will re-execute the method. Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, I guess it's probably cleaner to do it that way in every case. So I could just make this kind of mesh renderer array, temp mats equals temp dot get components in children mesh renderer. Could do that, right? And then just say for temp mat in temp mats. Nope, temp mats, that's the one. So I can say temp mat material equals null. We're gonna check this first. I like to just kind of, we're actually gonna do game object. Nope, never mind. See, this is kind of why I can get the game object from here, so I guess I'll just do that. Let's see. Has no material. So we're going to test if this is in fact recursive. And so this will check the first one, and then we're going to go through and iterate through all of the child objects, all the child mesh renderers, and see if they also have null materials. So I think that's all we need to do right now. So let's go ahead and give this whole thing a whirl. It's got inconsistent linings. I don't really care. So if I assign this render.get material. Oh, right. So this is the same thing that we ran to before, where it's telling us that we're getting we're accessing the material instead of the shared material. Can we? I don't know if we can get the shared material from here. Can we? We can get the shared material. Let's do that. Hopefully that will fix the issue that we are having right here. So sign block material is now done. Not a damn thing. Sign block material. Looks like we have. It looks like it did assign all the materials to it. Let's go ahead and delete all those so they're pink and run this again. There we go. So here we go. Quad test has no material. Now we'll check and we'll go to this very top level object and make sure that we get the same thing. Because now we know that it's checking all the children, but we need to know if it's checking all the children of the children. So if this is true, if this works, then it is indeed recursive, and we can just use this instead of writing our own thing. So assign black material. Looks like we're good. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, so in trade, thank you. That is indeed, that function is recursive, so we can just go ahead and now assign the material to that. We're going to just get rid of these debug calls and make sure that, let's see, we're going to just go ahead and now assign tempmat.sharedMaterial equals our, oh no, I called it tempmat. That's the worst. This is Jesus Christ. Okay, we're not going to call it tempmat. I'm going to have to call it objmat or something, because I do not do well with thinking of names on the fly. Let's see. Component second says or. Let's see. Children. Yeah, that is. Oh, that's interesting. So the get components an object. If that also checks children, then that could be a way to shorten this whole thing into one. So I think at this point it would make me a little sad. Let's see, or any of his children. It would make me a little sad at this point if that were true, and I could shorten this whole thing. But I'm gonna go ahead and try it just to make myself sad, just in case it does work. So let's see. Objmat, we don't need that. So this is going to equal tempmat. So this should now do everything that we need to do for. Alright, so this is going to now iterate through our selection and all the children in our selection, and it's going to assign a material to it if it has no material. So here are all of our, I don't know if you can see this very well. I guess I'll just go here. So here are all of our pink little squares in here. There are a bunch of little pink guys in here. And we are going to select this whole room, and with a single little shortcut here, we're going to assign black material, and all of the things that were hot pink now, you can see them in there, they are now all black. So we have set our materials to be all black now. Let's see. Changing the variable on the box appears. Oh yeah, thank you, Outcast. Yes, that is true. I do work in Visual Studio like all the time, and I never, so that will do a refactor, and you can do that with function names and everything. I never fully trust it, because the thing about that is the reason that I renamed it is because I already had that name before. So sometimes if you do that, if you have, like, say I called it tempmat up there, like in the very top of this class, and then inside this little function I also called it tempmat. The thing is, if I went to refactor, there are some cases it would rename both of them because it thinks that I'm referencing the same thing. They were both shared materials, and they were both called tempmat. Refactoring would have to be really, really smart to not accidentally sometimes rename variables that you don't want to actually rename. So just be very careful. Like any very powerful tool, it's very easy to screw that up as well. So yeah, that's my little PSA about refactoring. Automatic refactoring is dangerous. Use it wisely. So in that case, yes, Outcast, but I have also learned many new things on the stream. So we're all learning together. So let's see. So yeah, if you have two things that are the same name, just be very careful. It's a recipe for disaster. So what we're going to do now with this is actually we're going to comment out this function call to assign Matt, and instead of doing this if statement followed by a for each on all the children and recursively going through this stuff, we're going to try let's see, we're going to try InTrade's suggestion that get components in object is apparently recursive, and it will go through all of the child objects and then the components inside all of the child objects. So we're gonna test that out. We're gonna see if the documentation for Unity was lying or not. So let's see. So we're gonna do mesh renderer. I'm gonna call it temp mats again. It's temp mats down there, but I am not using that function at the moment. So we're safe. We're safe to call it the same name right now. Temp get, what is it? Get components in yep, there it is. In get components in object. I'm actually not getting get components in object. I can get it in children or in parent. If I do, or is it this? Is it get components? Because I don't see a get components in object. Version of Visual Studio, I believe it's 13. Yeah. Oh, you can't see the very top. I'll fix that. So there you go. This is Visual Studio Express 2013. And I'm using Windows 8 right now, which I think you also can't really tell because my start menu is not being shown on the stream. But yes, so this is Windows 8, Unity 4.5.5 F1, and Visual Studio Express 2013. Get components. Well, right, we already are using get components in children, but what it sounded like you were saying before is there's a second function called get components in object, which also checks the children. It should check the object itself and then the children. But I can double check. I think regular get components stops actually. Yeah, so we can check the Unity documentation. Let me see if I can find get components in object. No, I guess were you just talking about regular get components in trade? I don't know. Okay, maybe that was not what you're saying. So we're just gonna go ahead and keep what we have because it works and it is indeed this is probably the correct function to use. So basically we iterate through our entire selection, which could be multiple objects, and we run through, we check for the renderer, and then we check all of the child objects, all of the mesh renderers in all of the child objects. Get components in children has an or statement. When you rather get components, objects are children. Oh, I see. So is that a parameter that you pass then? Yes, look at that. I guess that's include inactive. I guess that's not exactly it, but so I don't know if by default that's true or false, but we don't really need to worry about inactive objects at the moment. Who says oh, interesting. Okay, so Unity doesn't even know if it's supposed to be recursive or not. That sounds dangerous, but that's how we do here. So yeah, you will either get those. Well, it seems to work, and it seems to work recursively. So we are checking the children and the children of the children, etc. And if for some reason it stops working one day because Unity updates something and this is no longer a recursive function, then you'll see me again writing this script again, only changing it to not use the get components and children function. But for now, I think we're good. So once again, so that you can actually see this little hierarchy that I have here. Let's see, these are all my quad test objects that have no materials. So anytime you see something with this hot pink, it means that it is missing a material, unless you made a material that looks exactly like this, in which case you should probably change it. So what we can do is just select this top level object. It's going to check everything that I select. It's going to check this child here. It's going to check all the children within here. It's going to set all of these to black, and we just run this handy little script to assign black material. Everything that was pink is now black, and you will notice that the things that are white are not black because they do in fact have a material. It is simply what we call our portal manual material. So it wasn't that they were lacking a material, it's just that their material is right now just plain white. So let's see, so that's pretty much that's it for the two editor scripts that I have. The one other thing that I had planned for today is actually more fun. I hope it's more fun to watch as well as to make. And that is, let's go back to my test scene, because all of these other scenes are just too messy for me. I do not want to save the changes that I just made. So here's my test scene, here's my test level, and for anyone who has not seen it yet, the way that this simple little test level works is that I jump on this button right here, it spawns a clone, and now we hop around in unison and have lots of fun together. And then I can kill him off. We're gonna fix the clone physics one day, because you can see he kind of just disappeared there. What's supposed to happen is he's supposed to get like chopped up like this. That's what was supposed to happen to the clone. It does not currently happen to clones for some reason that I cannot possibly comprehend. So yes, he disappears. He just goes off into Nowheresville, and I have no idea why yet. It actually looks like he got deleted. Yeah, he gets deleted when he goes into unstable energy. We're gonna he actually completely removed from the hierarchy when that happens. I'll show you again. So here's my clone object right here, and I think you can see that. Yeah, you can see that. So watch when I go ahead and I run him into this unstable energy right here. He just gets deleted. So we're gonna fix that one day. I don't know what's happening with him, because he's supposed to do this. He's supposed to just die and fall into pieces. They explode. So, and on that note, the thing that I am actually going to do right now is I'm going to just remove this for the time being, and remove that, and take out my, the button. Okay, remove this button out of here. So one of the functions that we have in here is let's see, just make a empty child. We're going to put a box collider on it, And that box collider is going to be, I generally make everything 50 by 50 by 50, and that gives us a nice little box that's about the size of the character. Let's see. Look at this. Oh wait, I remember this. Yes, Danky's TM. I would honestly, if you know a little bit of C# just writing console applications, then Unity is not going to be a crazy stretch for you. You'll just have to learn the Unity library, and that's actually pretty easy. If you're already familiar with the syntax, I would suggest just download Unity and just start looking up documentation. Get a simple book. Pact Publishing has some really great books on Unity, and I swear by them. I've purchased many of their books. There are a bunch about game development, and a bunch of those have Unity in them. So I'm going to see if I can. Let's see if I can post a link in chat real quick. I don't know if this is going to come up as Psydra or going to come up as somebody else. But go ahead and... you're going to make me do this. Am I signed in here by any chance? No. We're just gonna log into the other thing. Let me do it. Oh, that redid the chat. That's annoying. So there's that for y'all. Pact Publishing has a bunch of game development books. A lot of them are Unity. A lot of them are Unity 4. Definitely, look for Unity 4 in the title. It should say. And usually they have version numbers. Make sure you can sort by the release date for all those books. So I highly suggest doing that. Sweet. Yeah, definitely check those out. Super handy. I have other books that are not Unity from Pact Publishing. In fact, this other little program right here called Gaderos. There's a Pact Publishing book for Gaderos mobile programming. It uses the language Lua. Super great. I definitely recommend. I've only gotten one Pact book that I wasn't crazy about. It was the Lua programming with Love 2D, and it was super short, and it used a slightly older version of Love, so I had to update everything myself by digging through documentation. So that was every other book that I've gotten from Pact has been great. So I highly recommend them. So yeah, let's go ahead and call this trigger. So we're gonna make this trigger. If you those of the keen eye may notice that if you use Unity a lot and have used previous versions of Unity, you may notice that when I put an underscore in front of this, it did not move it to the top, because Unity now uses a transform sorting instead of alphanumeric. Last stream, I think it was earlier in the stream, we changed that to be able to use this alphanumeric sort, which is very, very handy, and I highly recommend it. So there is, if anyone really needs that, I just completely ripped that script right off of Unity Answers or somewhere in the documentation, and I can find that again and link that to you. But anyways, so what we're gonna do here is I can show you. So we have this script called let's see, it should be called trigger zone. So this trigger zone script can do a whole mess of things, and one of the things that it can do is change the position of the object that entered it. So for instance, what we use it for at the moment is when the player walks into this box, we can just move the player wherever we want. And as an example, So and this the set object position, this transform, that is the new position that you want to update this object to. So I will show you how that works right here. So let's say we're going to go to our scene. Let's say when the player kind of jumps down into this little corner over here, we're just going to teleport them to the other side of the level. And the way that we do that is we just take I guess I'll just use this spawner object. So this little empty game object that has nothing but a transform, and it has our clone spawner, but we're not using that, so you can safely ignore that for now. What we're going to do is just put you over on the other side of the level. So when you jump down right into this spot right here, it's just going to teleport you. It's pretty basic. I'm just changing the position of the object in script. So I take this trigger and I say, this is the new object position that you're going to set to. So let's test that out. I'm standing on it now because I am not the quickest person and I didn't make this a trigger. So you need to make this a trigger. Otherwise, this is a solid object. Unity considers it solid, so you can stand on it, you don't go through it. Triggers are zones that you actually want to enter into, and it doesn't actually perform any kind of physics to push you back out or hold you away from it. You go through it. Let's see. Anyone saying that mono was detected as potentially malicious? Or saying mono develop was detected as potentially malicious? Because I agree. You should just uninstall mono develop right now. Your computer, your project, and your sanity are all in danger. So let's try this again. And we're going to hop in here. And as you may be able to see, we did in fact get teleported to the other side of this level. So now if we go in here, and we can just kind of keep doing that. So there's an option for trigger only once in here. So if we uncheck that, then every time we jump into this spot, we are going to be teleported back over to the other side of the level. Let's see. Yes, I'm enjoying the mono develop hate. I completely agree. So here is the tricky part of this script, is that this works when it's the whole character, but if you had not been able to tell up to this point, part of this game really uses the individual pieces of the character instead of the character as a whole. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Whoops, I went ahead and instantly killed myself. So what I mean when I say it uses the pieces of the character is we can kind of zoom in here. This is our bro. It's our bro right here. And we can actually take any of the pieces of him. I'll show you this hierarchy right here. So here's the skeleton of Mike, and we'll go ahead and take his spine. We'll go up to the neck, and here's his head. So we can just take his head right off and just kind of put it wherever we want. And so this guy is in a whole bunch of pieces, and that's a sweet screenshot right there. So just, I can also explain what these are, these lines, if anyone is kind of interested in how this whole thing works. I'd like to do a kind of informative stream, because this game is very different and uses things that I would imagine are not in other games, because it's just a very weird game. So let's see. Okay. So yes, so when we move the character around, when we're just controlling the character and he's running around, we're moving that top parent object. But whenever the character runs into, say, this unstable energy or gets teleported and he gets chopped in pieces, then all of those individual pieces then become rigid bodies, and that's how you ragdoll a character, and that's how we kind of take him apart like this. And so now we can, using that, we can kind of just move him around. This is using the top parent object, but we need to split them up. And so we do that, for instance, with these. Anytime a piece of the character hits this white background, that piece of him flies away and he dies and ragdolls. So I can just kind of just keep dropping him into this horrible stuff and he just dies over and over again. Yet Outcast, that's actually what I'm doing. Interestingly enough, it is assigning a random force, but obviously it's a pseudo-random force because everything's pseudo-random, but when I say it's a pseudo-random force, I mean it is always up and then to a certain direction within certain limitations. So every time this character jumps on here, you can see the pieces fly in different directions. That is different every single time. There are just so many of them that it kind of just creates, this weird kind of cloud effect, but it is random every time. Every piece of him shoots off in a different direction, and it randomizes that every time. What's up, AQM2K? It's like a name you can't even make a word out of. I just have to go through all the letters and numbers in your name. Welcome to the stream. Glad you decided to tune in. If you have any questions, let me know. This is a very weird game. And I'm just kind of killing this character as I'm talking. So anyway, the trick here is that we now want to be able to teleport. Instead of, I can walk in here and I teleport the character over to the other side of the room. But what I actually want to do here is I want to be able to, once this character dies, I actually want to be able to teleport the pieces of him over to the side of the room. This is making it so much harder to do this. I'm not sure if it's actually doing it. So we're gonna test this out by not making this unstable energy, and we're gonna change this so that it is so it's portal. So we're gonna shift it up right here. We're gonna shrink it down, and we're gonna change the tag from unstable energy to portal. So what this does now is this will allow me to wow, that's a great example of the physics. I feel like that was not happening before, but in any case, you can kind of get an idea that so anything that is within that white space that he's in is getting teleported away, and everything else is kind of just ragdolling down. Yeah, so I guess parts of it are working better than other parts. I guess it is teleporting them. Anyways, so this is in our trigger zone script. Let's see, trigger zone. So on trigger enter is the function, that will be called anytime an object enters this box collider. We have a whole bunch of things that happen that can happen when an object enters this trigger zone. And the thing that we really care about is the set object position. So we're going to go ahead and look for that. Here we go. So if the player enters it and we have a set object position, then it's going to set that. So let's see. But also if it has an activate joint. So here's the thing that we have to fix. Right now, whenever a single piece, a single limb of the character falls into this space, it will instantly move that piece all the way over to like the other end of the level. The problem with that is that it's attached to a parent object, which is and everything is connected together. So the problem is we're moving this child object all the way over here. It is snapping right back to be right underneath that parent object, and so we're never getting the result that we want because it's constantly fighting against the physics joints in the character. And so that's why. So if, as you can see, if I go over here, he kind of just ragdolls, he falls down, and nothing really happens. If I go over here, however, you can see he kind of like flips out whenever you enter, whenever he kind of falls, a piece of him falls down into that lower area, because yeah, see, he just kind of flew off in the direction. Outcast, so detachment teleport, that's the thing, we don't actually want to do that. In the case of these portals right here, that's what I'm doing. I'm detaching it, and then we're teleporting it away. The problem is, let's say if the character, if his arm is whole and his hand falls into this space, we actually want to teleport the whole arm. We don't want to just keep detaching pieces that fall in here. We want to keep everything as whole as we possibly can. So I'm not just clearing the militia too. Tauros, I'm not sure what you're asking. The reason that we are transporting the pieces, the reason is for effect. I'm not transporting the pieces to get rid of them. I am transporting them so that it's kind of hard to explain, but I'll show you. I guess I'll show you an example. So a better example would be, let's say, I guess let's just make this more realistic then, to give you guys an idea of why the hell I'm even bothering with this feature. So we have this trigger down here. Let's say that that this floor doesn't exist, or it's really far down here and you don't see it. What we want to do is, let's say, let's see, where's our spawner? So we're going to put our spawner actually up here. So what's going to happen is, if you fall into this trigger, it's going to spawn you right above that trigger. So to show you how that works is, see, it's going to constantly, it's just repeatedly spawning me right above that same spot. It's kind of like what happens in Portal. If you fall down into the portal and it spawns you back up top. Let's see. So if there's a parent to the entire. Let's see. So then, if there's a parent to the entire player, would you want a parent on? So for to answer your question, Outcast, for reasons of making really easy cleanup, everything remains, all of the pieces of the character remain parented to that top object. So then when I need to respawn the character, I can just delete that top object and then spawn a new one in its place. So I'm not reloading anything. I'm actually just deleting the character entirely and throwing a new one in there. So I do need to keep everything attached to that very top parent object for the player. But everything inside of that, like if there's a single piece that flies off of the character, wherever it is in that hierarchy, it goes way to the top, just below the very top parent object, the root object, if you will. Could you make the portal wait until a parent object enters the portal? Yes, I could, but I don't need to. In this case, what I actually want to do is, just the second that any piece of you enters, the piece of the character enters the trigger, I just want to teleport everything that is attached to it. And so I don't need to wait until, because if it doesn't, if for some reason only the hand goes in and the rest of the arm kind of goes off to the side and doesn't quite make it into the trigger for some reason, I don't want to just not teleport it in that case. I just want to, anytime any piece of it, I just want to put the whole thing in there. So that's what we're going to do. So yeah, so this is why we're doing this. There is actually a level where there's a hole in the floor, and when you drop down it spawns you back up top. And what we want to do is have it so that if you die to a portal and like your arm or leg or any piece of you falls down that pit, we want to keep that piece fully intact, and we want to bring it back up to the top, the same way that we do the whole character. So we're going to try and do that. So what we have to do in this case is, this is like a really simple, stupid way of doing it, where I'm just saying, hey, if an object enters here and it has this component, then just toss it wherever it needs to go. The problem with that is, again, if you have the hand come down first, the hand instantly gets teleported all the way over here. The rest of the arm is still down here, and it flips out the physics. It just goes absolutely crazy. So what we're going to do is effectively just send a message upward to whatever root object is there. Let's see. What do you want to maze? Set the finger hands and movement sort. Section off the limbs into chunks. Well, I don't want to separate limbs. If you're saying what I think you're saying, I don't want to like, you know, basically you could have only this one tiny little piece of you be gone, and the entire rest of your body is completely intact. So we want to teleport that whole thing. We don't want to still just take off an arm and take off an arm and take off a leg. We want to keep everything that is intact. We want to keep it fully intact as possible. So we're just going to constantly go straight up the hierarchy and make sure that that we are going all the way up to whatever root bone we have in this object. So what we do is actually we're going to check for if the parent object also has this activate joint script, because the activate joint is the thing that is on every moving piece of the character. There are two levels of objects. There are what I call limbs and what I call joints, and I'll show you the difference between that real quick. So in this case, I almost just died the second that I got in there. In this case, when we go through this guy's hierarchy, we have their skeleton. So this is the root object, which is the root bone. And we go through the spine. Well, let's go make this easier. This is a leg. So we got the root object that goes to the hip. So there's a left and right hip bone in there. And then we go knee, ankle, and then the ball of the foot. And the ball of the foot just has this one little bone in there. So we're not going to worry about that. Basically, anything that has one of these little arrows next to it is considered a joint. And so those are the things that we're actually moving in the animation, and those are the things that we're going to be teleporting. We don't teleport individual pieces because we really don't care about that. So we're only going to be teleporting these bigger pieces, which I call the joints of the character. And so we're going to do that with this. So what we need to do is then check for this object's parent object to see if it has the activate joint script on it. So what I actually want to do is edit the activate joint script. So let's see, I don't know if I have a teleport. I do not have a teleport thing in here. So we're going to add a teleport function in here. So we're just going to avoid teleport. And what this is actually going to do is this is going to check for, this is going to be the thing that checks the parent and sees if its parent object also has the, whoa, just got some echo.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey.
What you doing?
I was just about to do some modeling.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you see our awesome concept art for the,
I literally
for the
just
tubes?
walked in the door. I think Mary's got it on her screen right now.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. We were streaming it earlier. But
Oh,
she said she got artist block, so she's,
Artist
so she
block.
wasn't.
We see this business. What do you got?
Okay, so this teleport is going to check the parent object, see if that also has an activate joint on it, and if it does, it's going to call teleport on that object instead. And so let's check so what we're going to do is we're going to say if transform.parent get component. I don't know if I necessarily need to do .gameObject. I do it just because it's more intuitive for me. It looks more sensible. So if this does have the activate joint script on it, then what we're going to do is call the transform.parent.gameObject.getComponent activate joint. Well, I'll just show you. I realized something a second ago, and so I can do dot here, and now I can call any public functions that are in this script. The trick is, though, what I actually need to do is call this function, so I need to make this function public.
Okay.
Damn it, I need to check this out in our damn source control. Let's go back to our source control and check out the entire scripts folder for edit. And it is doing it, kind of. Boom, activate joint. Okay, so now that I made this function public, I can call it from this thing. So now what this is going to do is going to just keep checking. Every time a teleport is called on one of these joints, it's going to check the parent object, and if the parent object also has activate joint, it's going to send a message to that joint to teleport instead. And I'm actually going to need to assign I don't know if I need to assign a position or a transform. Let's double check that real quick. Position, call it transform, position, set object. So it is a transform, but I think that passing a vector 3 would be a little bit quicker. So we're just going to go ahead and do that.
Taurus wants to know if Creepy Eye is an enemy.
Good question. Yes. It's not an enemy probably in the sense that you are thinking of it, but it's an adversary, we can say. Because this is a puzzle platformer, you don't go around shooting things, so it's not an enemy that you're gonna get into fisticuffs with, or that you're gonna shoot the shit out of. It's an adversary that you are going to have to outwit, I suppose, is the best way I could put it. So let's see. So we're going to just call this temp pause, because once again, terrible at naming things. Temp pause. And so now, of course, in the current iteration of the function, it's just going to keep checking the parent objects if it has activate joint. Now, once we get to that parent object that has the activate joint, and this is the top object, then what we actually want to do is just move the position now to this, because we have found our root object. So if we're dealing with an arm and the hand goes into one of these portals, it's going to check the wrist, it's going to check the elbow, and then it's going to check the shoulder. And once it gets to the shoulder, it's going to say, this is your top object. The object that is right above this in the transform is going to be the actual character itself, and that does not have the activate joint script on it. So we're going to go ahead and then just move this over. So what we're going to just do is just say, it's like super easy. We just say transform position equals temp pause, and then we're done. So what we have to do in the trigger zone now is call this function and say, instead of doing what we're doing here, we want to be smart about it. So we already know that our object has the activate joint script on it. So we're going to do call the game object.get component activate joint, and we're going to call teleport on it, and we call teleport with our set object position.position, and we put our semicolon at the end of the line because that's where it belongs. And so now this should do exactly what I tell it to do with any luck. So let's just see if that helped at all. The first thing that we should see is that we shouldn't see the character like flip out anymore. It should, if this all goes well, then it's just teleporting an entire piece of the character over. Oh, it still looks like it's flipping out a little bit. Oh, see, there we go. That worked. So our dead body is now falling forever. Let's see.
As you do.
As you do. We're still getting a little bit of weirdness sometimes in the character. I don't know what that's all about. But we do have now a full falling body. We can kind of see what's going on here because we can see that our elbow got detached, and so that is right above this, right below this top parent object for the character. We have our elbow right here because that's what got teleported away. Everything else is under this Mike Skell object and under this root object. So this root object is actually the one that is now being teleported every time any of these child pieces enter that trigger zone. And it just will do this forever. So we can kind of just we can see it with fewer pieces. If I can get a good if I can really have this on the edge and really just kind of get an arm and nothing else in there, maybe we can get a good, yeah, see, now they've got the arm just falling forever. So that's how that works. Let's see. There's one tiny little piece there that's just falling over and over again. I wish I knew what level this was actually supposed to be a part of, and I would show you like kind of where it is. Outcast, that's my guess. I really don't know why that would be the case. But that's certainly what it seems to be. It seems that I think you're absolutely right that something's getting teleported away, but the character joint right here is holding on. So the hierarchy is staying for some reason, and so when one of the teleported objects goes away, the rest of the character tries to snap to it, and it's a big mess. So it's weird. The thing, like, so I would imagine that's what's happening. What I completely don't understand is why it's happening, because all of these objects are identical. Like, there would be no reason that one of them, for some reason, all of a sudden just doesn't work when you detach it from the character. So yeah, I really don't know. Yeah, I mean that's possible. We can kind of just like look through it, and so here's our skeleton. So we should be only looking, I guess, for the joint, for the activate joint, and nothing else. Let's see. So every one of these objects that has, so the Mike scale, so here's our root object, has a box collider, rigid body, has the activate joint. This one has the activate joint and character joint. Character joint, activate joint, character joint. It's in a different spot, but that still has it. Activate joint, character joint. Character joint, character joint. Activate joint. Let's see. Activate joint, character joint. That has it. Jetpack has it. That's just jet particles. That's not a thing. Everything, as far as I can tell, has all of the necessary things to it. So what I'd probably do in this case is like somehow output some kind of debug text that says that, like, lists every object and whether or not it's inside of the portal or outside of the portal. And when I find one that flips out like that, I can look at that list, and then it will tell me everything that was inside and outside, and hopefully that will give me a really good clue as to what's happening there. So maybe that'll be another stream. Who knows? I don't know if anyone's ever done like writing debug stuff in Unity, and I don't mean the debug log. I mean actually printing out to a file. If for lots and lots of information, the debug log is not the place to do that. You're going to need to print it out to a text file, not only because you can then close Unity and open that file and reference it at any time, and if you close Unity, then you lose everything in that console, so it's not super helpful. And you can't format things in the Unity console in a way that would be super helpful to using lots of information. Like we have, I think it's something around 84 different pieces of this character, and so printing out 84 pieces of information to the console is not going to be super practical. IO stream stuff, yes. Unity does have a way to just kind of really easily write text files, and it's probably what our save system is going to be using. You can use serialized data and write binary files, and if you really care about like people trying to cheat in your game, but I personally don't. I think if people want to hack at save files, then they're going to hack at save files. They're going to find a way to do it. So I really don't care. So let's see, wrist.
Alright, you might get some feedback, sorry.
Oh no, not feedback.
Sorry, man. I'm all settled in now. So, and I got that concept art, so...
Oh, nice. So are you sharing your screen? Do you want to do that?
Not yet, but I will if you want.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're doing stuff, then sure.
Fine.
Fine, do it. I don't even... Oh man, this is a good one. Both his arms are separate pieces, and his head is a separate piece, and they're all going through the little portal that I have here.
Let me see.
It's on the stream. You'll see it.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's just got a train of pieces just cycling through.
Oh, that's freaking great.
Yeah, Alex is going to be very happy about that.
Yeah, where is he at?
He was on earlier, but it's like 4 in the morning to him, so he went to bed for some reason.
Oh, what? He's got work or something?
Yeah, I guess.
Doesn't he know what's important?
Nope, he does not. Yeah, I think this is like the most visually fun thing to do since since I did the limbs being able to push buttons, which is another really fun one. Or they can push buttons. I'm not sure if they can push buttons. They can activate moving platforms. But yeah, Outcast, I will totally do a like save file, like writing text files stream at some point, because it will be a handy thing to have for this game for debugging purposes and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I would totally be into that. So let's see. So I actually did all of these things. Did that editor script. I did this guy. I can look into this one. Apparently there's an issue with Sector 4 that I can check out, so we can do that real quick. Let's see. Killing off clones is in fact a puzzle solving element. So there will be cases where you have to kill off clones, or that the thing that you're doing will just, as a side effect, kill one of your clones. But there will also be cases where if you kill a clone, it will also kill you, so you will have to start over. So there will be cases where you have to not kill clones. and they'll be visually different so that you can tell.
That sounds like an Alex move.
Yeah, it is. Well, he has these levels called he calls Kaizo levels, which basically means that he takes the things that have been standardized in all the levels so far. Like if, for instance, you went through and you were going through this game, and you were doing all of these things, and every time a clone appeared, whatever you had to do to get out of the room would kill the clone. What he would do for one of these Kaizo levels is make it so that if you killed the clone, then you also died, and you'd have to restart the level. So basically, it takes all of the things that you have learned and kind of flips them on their head, so that it probably frustrates you a little bit, but hopefully also makes it hilarious. So we'll see. I have not heard of a game called Cloning Clyde. That sounds interesting. I don't know why. I'll look that up real quick. Let's see. Cloning Clyde. Ninja Bee? Whenever we talk about clones, people seem to be like, "Oh, your game is about clones."
Cloning is just a facet of it.
It's a really tiny part of the game,
Yep.
relatively speaking. But this is interesting. So I guess you have a bunch of clones that you're kind of messing with.
Dude, your stream is
That's
coming
bizarre.
in really good, actually.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's sweet. Yeah, whoa. It kind of looks like it has a similar humor to Teleportal, in that you get shot with stuff, like the giant rocket comes and fucking smacks you in the face. So that's
Reminds me a lot of
interesting.
what was that game?
Explosion Man.
Explosion Man.
I feel like it looks like it's made by this. It has a very similar art style, especially
the speed.
yeah. So let's see what was here. Let's put this in progress. So level 21 here has, I don't know, I wrote down some kind of issue. And
Also streaming, by the way, if you are interested.
Oh, it's Skype?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay. Let's pop on that Skype stream.
Yay, Skype screen.
I got a circle. You'll see it in a second. Soldier Man has Twisted Pixel. Oh yeah, that is true. It looks so similar though. I don't know. It seems like they must have been inspired.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that.
Where the hell did I save that shit to?
There we go.
On tube.
So here's our little bro right here. Oh man, I'm glad this is a beam level, because we just haven't seen that enough.
What, beam levels?
I want to do a whole stream on beam levels, if for no other reason than justify all the goddamn work I put into that shit. Because
I'm sure Kyle would appreciate it.
Yeah, beams were the biggest nightmare ever. So yeah, when these little turrets that we have, you're not allowed to touch them. If you touch them, you die. They shred you. Even though they're going kind of slow, it looks like they're quite dangerous, and they will just chop you up.
So just throwing this out there for yous. Mary says she really likes the one on the right. I kind of like the one in the middle. What's your take?
I still got a circle, dude. You gotta look at the stream. I think you need to drop out and come back in to get your video working, because it's totally not working right now.
Oh, weak sauce.
No.
Let me try stop sharing.
Beans.
Bless you.
Outcast. You're gonna need to keep that suggestion to yourself, because I don't even want to think about how that would work. We have.
Bless you.
shooting beams. The way that beams, so I guess I can hopefully show you an idea of how beams work, and the reason that suggestion is super dangerous. That would be a cool thing to do if beams were not already as kind of complicated as they are, in that you can have only half of a beam be blocked and the rest of it come through, and I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. But let's see, what is this?
Shit. It looks like it looks like I do
beam
need to drop
unstable 1. Turret beam unstable 1. Turret beam unstable 1.
That's weird.
Which one are you? It's being hidden by a thing. Let's see that hidden room.
I'm gonna BRB.
Alright. I think you can kind of jump down here. There we go. Okay. I think whatever was wrong with this is no longer wrong with it. Let's see. Because you can definitely get your ass killed by this turret. So you can go in here. So these are hidden rooms. So you can kind of just walk into something that looks like a wall, and sometimes it'll be a secret that you can jump into. Oh, this is what he's talking about. I think how it pops back. Yeah. So this is definitely what he's referring to, how it's kind of popping in and out sometimes. So the timing on this is not quite right. I'm not quite sure why. So this has a timer on it. 55 beam object. I wonder. I wonder if we actually remove it from the spot in the hierarchy, it still has the same problem. Okay. Yeah, it totally does. Alright, let's undo that. Hey, listen to me. Undo it. There we go. Let's try to make this 1.1. So I have a theory that it's just because they're the exact same number, and for some reason keeping it the exact same amount of time off. No, it's definitely going all kinds of crazy. None of the other beams are doing it.
Shit.
Why does this have a beam taper?
Shit, I think I should probably make that 2 separate objects.
You good? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this timing on this turret is super fucked up, and I have no idea why. Enter. Alright, so let's find out why this turret is being an asshole. So we're gonna go into our turret script. And this is using, so there's 2 ways that turrets can be timed, and one of them has its own timer that it just runs. And you can also put it to this parent timer, which is this script right over here. So this has a timer on it, and that's gonna make sure everything's kind of synced up. Yes, that is correct, Outcast. It is. I mean, they're not so much stretched. Like there's a maximum distance that they can go, but they will be stretched to if a wall does intersect with it, they will be they'll be shrunk down to where that hits, and that's using ray casting. So as you can see right here. And this loads up. So this white line that's right here is the maximum length that this beam goes to. But because when this ray cast hits this wall right here, that's where it stops. It shrinks down the object to the point where it's right there. So it is actually a mesh. Those are basically just quads. And but the tricky thing is that you can have a beam that is split up into multiple parts. Extra time to match the length of the object. Yeah, Outcast, that would be awesome. The problem with that is that we have an animated texture on it, and it's not an animated texture. It's like a tile sheet. So we can't change the tiling on it because we're using the tiling as the way to animate it. I think that Unity Pro has, like, you can actually use legitimate animated textures. Like, you can actually have a texture that has multiple frames, and so that might work. But with the way that we're doing it, we can't change the tiling on it to match it because we have to change the tiling to run the sprite sheet. Let's see.
I'm tired. Fucking sucking today.
Stop sucking. Don't do that.
I know, I'm working on it. Like, I'm just kind of going in there winging it. I'm not doing awesome.
Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna change this turret.
$10,000 for Unity Pro.
Everyone should donate $10,000. We are getting Unity Pro before we release the game, but for the most part we're going to kind of wait until Unity 5 comes out, or at least until it's like, I think it's actually in beta for people who have pre-ordered it. But again, like, not awesome to have a project that's been going on for 2 years suddenly be using a beta engine. So I think we're just going to hold off until like Unity 5 is fully released.
That would be awesome.
Let's see, turn off. So we're going to check out this turret script right here.
You know what? I'm just gonna...
And let's see. So one of the things I do for a whole bunch of my objects is I keep a little public bool, a little checkbox for to allow that object to print out debug messages, and it's really handy in case you ever want to have, like, if somebody else is working here, if the designer is doing something and one of the objects is not behaving properly, you can just check this box and it'll print out messages about what's happening. So we're gonna do that for this one right here. Tauros, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can say that they overcharge for Pro relative to other software. I'm looking at you, Autodesk. Unity is still pretty reasonable. They give you a lot of shit for free, and then, you know, they charge you. It's a good chunk of change, yes, but you do get a lot for it, and it's still a lot lower than so much other software that you could get. And they don't take a cut of your game like Unreal does, and I think CryEngine also has a deal for that. They have subscriptions where, you know, you pay a monthly fee and then you also pay a percentage of your game. So the fact that Unity doesn't do any of that is kind of a big point in its favor, to be honest, cost-wise. So I wouldn't... Team Viewer? I don't know what Team Viewer is.
Team Viewer is kind of like, remember how I was using Splashtop for a bunch of shit?
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot like that.
Interesting. Learning things, doing stuff. Hashtags. Alright.
But if you're going to do anything, you should just use Splashtop anyway.
Yeah.
It's way faster.
Debug print.
Although you would hate it because it uses iOS, like functions a lot with iOS shit. So here's the thing. So what I did for a while with these debug prints is I had this bool here, and so you could check a box and it would print out debug messages whenever something relevant happened. The thing that I originally did with it was I would then have all of these if statements in all of these scripts to say if debug print, if debug print, then then actually print to the debug log and say this is a thing. That gets really old really fast. You're gonna. He's gonna give you shit.
I was gonna try to pick apart how you do things. Go for it. You know what?
Do it.
With this game, I fucking dare you. This game is.
I hope he proves you wrong at every turn.
I know. That's because that's called karma. I'm aware of it. So the way that if statement being everywhere gets really old really fast, because then every time I want to print out something, I have to check if the debug print is true, and that's just super annoying. So what I ended up doing was I just made a function called debug print, and that takes a string and the message. So what I can do here is I'm just going to call this function, but then I can do the if check here for if debug print, and then I can say debug.log message. So what this will do is, and this means that at any point in my script I can just call this debug print function, and I don't have to do the if check every single time I want to print to this. I just call this function and this does the check for me. So it's a lot quicker. So now if I want to say debug print turning, so what I do is I will take the I think it's current time, what is it, room time, that's the one. Room time, excellent. Room time toString plus the thing that happened, turning on beam. And actually what I'll do as well is also print the name of the game object. So we'll probably just say like plus game object dot name plus, and that way, and then we put a semicolon at the end of the line because we are in C#. So what this will do is every time I go to every time the turret turns on the beam, we're going to get this debug print if we have checked the box for the debug print. So let's see. I think that should cover us here.
I have to make this go back further.
Timer. There's also a self timer. Tags, deactivate, reset, debug print. Now I'm wondering where I put the actual. I don't know where the self timer is. Anyway, let's not worry about that. Let's just go ahead to this turret. So this turret, we now have a debug print checkbox. We're going to check that. And so we're going to get a message every time we go to... Wow, what happened there? That's not probably good.
What happened?
Oh, I'm just looking at the log here. So what we have here is, so we should be going every I think it's 1.2 seconds. I made it 1.1. That was dumb. I'm gonna redo this. Yeah, we have a bunch of errors that actually pop up in the very beginning, saying that turn on has no receiver, which isn't the end of the world. Okay, so it really looked like this is actually correct. In that we're sending a message every 1.2 seconds. So I kind of want to, let's just for readability's sake, let's just make them both 1 so that it's as close to an even second. Oh shit, this is sector 4. It's going to give me shit about saving it because I can't do that. So this is going to be every second it's going to turn off and then turn back on. So it's going to be as close to the second as possible. So 5.9, 7.9, 8.9. So you can see there's kind of a mismatch in what's happening, where sometimes it'll flash off and back on, or on and back off really quick. But I'm not getting any of the debug messages for that, which is pretty disturbing. Which means it's happening somewhere else in this thing. So let's see what the beam is doing. Try changing the beam to be white instead of red. If you're referring to the beam with regards to these other beams, the reason that this one is red is because it's a different type of energy. This is unstable energy, which will kill you instantly, and these are portals. So that's why they look different. The material should have 0 effect on the functionality. I would hope. I don't imagine what would be doing that. So let's see. So what we can do, though, also in the beam itself, is make sure it's see if it's getting those received messages. So we're also going to set a bool on the I believe it, Outcast. I really do. But I'm really banking on at the very least, the only things that should be happening to my game objects are the things that I'm telling them to do. Because if we lose that, then we got nothing. Then we're just lost. Debug print. Alright, so then we go down here, we're going to make our debug print function, string message. That's going to do our if debug print check.
Joe, just to let you know, I had to modify the jump out animation a little bit, push him back.
Oh, okay, cool.
Just to fit the concept art.
Oh, I see.
Because the concept art has it going. It's got like this way forward spot that he's got to jump over. So just making sure he can do it.
Outcast, that is a super interesting suggestion.
What do you say?
He was saying that is it possible that the gaps in the beams are gaps in the texture somewhere? Really, that should not be the case. And again, I know I say should, but you can see that this is this texture is solid. But what we can do to test that to make sure is we can really slow down or completely stop the animation on it. So this wait time right here is the amount of time that it holds a single frame. It's basically like the frame counter for this. So I'm going to make it hold the frame for a whole second, and we can see if that has any effect on this. Okay, so it definitely seems to still be super weird on us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure my guess is that this function is being called multiple times, and so I'm just going to have a debug print that handles that, and we're just going to say every time this this turn on function is called, we're going to do a debug print and say, and I'm not going to do the full thing here. I'm just going to say like beam turned on called. So we're going to make sure, so then we do the other one for being turned off. Beam turned off. And so what we should see in our console log right now is every time we get one of these full messages, we should only get one of the secondary message of the beam saying that it received that message. So right here, I'm going to turn this one on, this debug print, and we're going to check this again and see what we find. Yeah, it does. See? Yeah, we do in fact get multiple logs. I don't know how well you can see that, but I will drag this console up so that you can see it more clearly. So this is the handy use of our console log. So we got turned on got called twice right away, which is not super out of the ordinary, but it's just the startup that happens. So this says that it's turning on beam, but turned off got called twice, and then turning off beam got called, turn on beam got called, then turn off got called, then turn on got called. So we're getting crazy amount of, the function is being called many more times than it should be being called. So that is quite a big problem. And the weirdest part is that the turret is not the thing that is doing it, because the turret, you can see these longer messages are the turret messages, and we're getting multiple functions being called inside a single one of these turret messages. So that is pretty bad. Just to make things though a little more, just to make this the order of things a little more clear, I'm going to debug print before I broadcast the message, and that way it'll be less confusing with the order that things are happening. Because right now I'm printing out to the log after I've already called it. So I want to make sure that we do it the opposite way. Definitely looked like weird. Yeah, there we go. There's a super big glitch right there. So let's check our console again. Definitely at the very least the end. Yeah, see, we got turning on beam. Turn on got called. Turn on got called a second time, and then turn off got called immediately afterward. So that's a big problem. And
What? No.
And the biggest problem of this is that this turret is not the one responsible for calling these functions, which makes me really wonder how that's happening. Because the only way I can imagine that happening is if the beam itself is somehow calling the turn on function, which it doesn't seem to be. Let's see. Broadcast message, beam object, broadcast message. Yep, Outcast, you said it just as I thought it. That message popped up just as I thought it. So that is what I think's happening. I think that there is another turret that is trying to use the same beam. I think that's absolutely right. Actually, the stack print shows that it's originating within the turret update function. Yes, so this one is from the turret update function, but both of these are not. Only one, and if it is, it is probably from a turret update function, but it's probably not from the same turret update function. So the problem is that when you broadcast a message, you cannot get that same. You can't retrieve the object that sent the message. And like if you broadcast a message from one object to another object, that the receiving object doesn't know what object called that function. So that's going to be an issue. We may have to, like, the fastest way I can really imagine doing this is writing a quick editor script to check for all of the basically select a beam, and you can check all of the turrets that have that beam selected as its beam object. That I don't know if that makes perfect sense, but I mean, we can give it a shot. I suppose. And we should be able to, actually, you know what we can do? What might be a pretty quick way to just this one case to try is, this is the beam that's problematic, or more accurately, this one is, I think. So beam taper single. If we call this something super weird, we're just going to put a bunch of X's here. We're going to call it that. So now, this should be the only beam object that's called XXXXX. And so we should be able to find if any other, yep, see? Both of these turrets have the same beam object that they're calling. And this one has its own beam object. So we set this here, and now we no longer have this problem. Hopefully. And so far, so good.
So far, gravy.
Outcast, that is another that's another good suggestion. I'm worried about deleting things and trying to submit that, but this is a great one to yell at Alex about because he totally duplicated something and somehow added 2 turrets that are using the same beam object, which makes no sense.
As if we need more fuel.
Yeah, right. Man, that's why I would like want to stream the meetings. Just like, I think Alex would cry if we did that.
He would totally cry. Oh, poor Alex. He's probably watching right now.
That would be funny. Okay,
Assholes!
so let's see where Hidden Rooms is. Yeah, Outcast. Well, so what I know that he does is he'll like just right-click and duplicate something, but because it should duplicate the entire object with all its children, it should keep that hierarchy. I would think should keep all that stuff intact. And we can test that out real quick. Let's see if it does it. So I'm going to toss my hierarchy over here, and let's see if I duplicate that that turret. So if I go over here and so unstable beam 1 and 2 are our problem objects right now, and so this one is using this XXXXX. So if I now duplicate this object and I make this 03. And I go down here and I change this one. If I change this one's name to Thingy, right now, see this beam object that I have right now, it did update correctly, and it's now called Thingy. And this one is still called XXXXX. So it is the duplicate is doing it properly. Maybe. So maybe if you were saying that duplicate doesn't do it, but a copy and paste maybe does it, that could certainly be, and that would be probably equally disturbing. But taper beam single. Okay, well we solved so many things. Okay. So I think I'm actually gonna check this out then in scenes and sector 4. If we just had all of the money, then we could also get the I forget what they call it. It's like the team plugin for Unity. So you can just write in here. Access version control and check out files, and if you edit something it'll automatically check it out, and if you add things it'll automatically add it. It would be a dream. One day,
like Shotgun or Dropbox for fucking Unity.
Well, it uses the source control that we are using, but it does so intelligently.
Interesting.
So yeah, it's pretty good stuff. It's really handy to have, and
I like good stuff.
Let's see. So check that out. So we're gonna go ahead and save this scene now, and it'll eventually. There we go. It's saved. So we can mark that as done.
What?
Let's see.
Checking things off our list. What kind of operation are we running here?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, if you see it on stream a little bit, I legitimately have this is a Scrum board with tasks on it and everything.
Captain Professional over here. I got this guy over here. Add dangly mouse legs to the spider mouse on my sticky notes.
Sticky notes. I only recently started using them at work.
What, sticky notes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I use them like crazy, man. I get so many notes at work. I'm just like, I have to.
Yeah, it's handy. And I even have 2 whiteboards like right behind me in my office, but I still use sticky notes for some things.
We have one big whiteboard that my buddy Clayton, who I think is actually watching right now, just likes to write random shit on.
Sector 4, level 2 ambush. I guess since we're already in Sector 4, here's level 2 ambush. I don't know what's wrong with it. The description wasn't very descriptive.
Trello? What's Trello?
Trello.
Oh, Trello. I thought that was an I.
That is another. That's another like project management system.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Trust me. I looked into every project management tool there is. We used to use Teambox, which became Red Booth, which we called RedTube.
Red tube.
Yeah. That never got confusing. But and we liked it, except for they would just, I mean, kind of like Unity, they would update stuff and then you'd be like, where'd my shit go? You know, like and that's super unhelpful when you're using a project management tool. So we just stopped. We just got so frustrated with it that we just gave up. Jira is another one. I looked into Trello, and there are a lot of things I liked about it, but a couple of the things that we were really looking for is I ideally wanted to make or to download an open source one, and so I downloaded a whole bunch of those, and we still have it. We still have a Psydra dev thing. It still exists. This still exists. Our little Psydra dev page. So we have a teleportal project here, and these are all of our tasks. Let's see, teleportal tasks. So these are all our tasks, and like this was great because we were able to host it on our own site, so it didn't cost any money. The thing is completely open source. It's called QDPM. It's this thing right here, QDPM. And it's nice, but it just doesn't have the kind of like GUI features that we want. Like this has actual, dragging tasks around, and because I have a touch screen, I can kind of just grab things and move all stuff around. And ooh, that's fun too.
Oh, I forgot about that. Your screen is touch.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. So yeah, this has a lot of the GUI features that we were really looking for. And because we are using Visual Studio Online for our source control, having it also as our project management tool is super helpful. Like we can kind of, attach submissions to tasks and all that kind of stuff. So it's everything kind of in one. So it really was the all-in-one solution for source control and project management. So we just went with it. And it's what I use at work. Because the company that I work for owns it. So
it says Jira is like that. It's
well.
a pain in the ass to navigate.
It is like the kind of Jira vanilla can be a pretty pain in the ass. But when you license Jira, you can kind of do whatever you want with it. Like you kind of get source for it, and if you host it locally, which if you're working for a company that's working on secret shit, you're probably hosting it locally. So yeah, Jira has a lot of nice things going for it. And what was the there's Jira, and then there's another thing that goes along with it that's like by the same company, begins with a C, and I can't remember the name now. That's what we used at Harmonix for a little bit.
What? Which one?
The thing that goes with Jira, I can't remember the name, but I think it began with a C. And there's like a separate, like, I think Jira was the task thing, and then there was another one for documentation and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, the one that none of the artists actually used?
Yeah. Nobody really likes to use it, but use it for a bit. So Sector 4 Level 2 Ambush. I guess we'll toss this one in progress. I don't know what the problem is with it. But Level 1 start? Yeah, okay, that's correct. This is probably gonna like murder me instantly the second I get in, because I'm not, my game screen is not where it needs to be to actually, for people to see it.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Or not.
Confluence, yes, thank you, Outcast. It was Confluence. So there's like Jira and Confluence. Jira is your task management and all that kind of shit.
Googled that.
Confluence is, if I don't care if he did, that's fine. I didn't Google it, so, but I found it out.
Fact.
So I don't know how well you can kind of see it in the stream, but this is, oh fuck, which way does it go? Okay.
I can see it okay.
Well, I'm saying that, like, I guess you can see it pretty well here. Oh fuck.
This is one of Alex's new levels.
Yeah, and you can see how the beam is split into multiple parts. So, like, it's not just a hole. It's not just a kind of toggle off and on kind of thing. Oh, I think this must have been what he was talking about. If you die in this level, your beams don't come back.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, then you can beat it easily.
I could see that being a problem.
No, it's fine.
I love that you can see it in this little scene view over here. You can see like all the ray casting that's happening to make this level really hard.
This guy.
Thank you, Russian Dublin.
Yeah.
I do suck at this game.
We just make it.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm the programmer of this game. I'm not the designer. So anything that's really difficult to do, it's not because I made it difficult because I'm an asshole. It's because Alex is an asshole.
Agreed.
Woo-woo. Oh, that was bad. Okay. That was interesting. I cut off the bottom half of me, and we're gonna have to, why are those platforms not going away? Oh boy. Easy mode activated. That is, yes. If you die once, this is like the opposite of Dark Souls. If you die once and then it just goes, okay, never mind, you're probably bad. Go ahead and just do it.
Suck. If you die in oh crap, what is it, babe? The Cat Mario one. They just give you like a white invincible Tanuki. Like if you die enough, they're just like, all right, you're terrible. Here.
Interesting. Okay, so anytime one of these turrets like activates, it never turns off, or it never turns back on when it turns off. When you die, are you resetting the character or the level? Both. So what happens is, and I say both, and when I say resetting, I mean I had to kind of write my own custom reset, and there are about 1 million reasons for that. I do not just reload the scene, because what I do is I delete the character, I delete our little main character, I wipe that completely, and I spawn a new one in the same location.
You just freaked out the cat.
And then I broadcast a message called reset to the entire level, and every individual object has its own version of that reset function. So I'll show you that. I can show you that real quick. Kind of like, so here's my hierarchy. Here's this level that I'm on right now, and so what happens is when you die, the message to this room is broadcasted. It'll broadcast the message reset to everything in here. And so, for instance, when we get to these turrets, this has a turret script on it. So when we go to the turret script, this turret has a function called reset. And so that is the function that's called on this particular object whenever we get. So let's see. I do have debug print for here, so we're gonna try to fix this, and we're gonna say so
So what this reset is doing right now is we're checking to see if this has this play on enter trigger, or bool rather. So all of the turrets in here. Where the hell? Oh, okay, it's all of these. Moving plat. Turret beam. Here we go. Turret has turret and moving plat. Why does it have both? Oh, I guess to reset. So what we can do here is, since it starts on, I'm gonna debug print the shit out of this, and it's gonna check, see if this has play on enter, and that's why. Alex.
What happened?
Alex, it's not set to play on enter, and the reason for that may be because of this bug that we've had. So if time duration off, I should be able to set these both to 0. So if this works, then what we're gonna hopefully see is let's see this turret. Oh, I should have. Oh, that's why they're not play on enter.
Why? What do you? Important?
It's hard to say. Mission on. Mission off. 12.1, something like that. Let's do one of these top ones. That would be a much better test. So this left one over here. So the duration off will make 0, and this will make 1. And we'll set it to play on enter, which I think the problem with that is that it's going to turn it on automatically, which for some reason oh yeah, well there you go. Totally did that. Okay.
You got to break.
So where's that beam? Here's that beam. So we don't want it to play on enter, but we do want it to have a duration off of 0. And let's see if that does not kill me this time. Okay, good. Yeah, see, but he doesn't want it on until that happens. But I don't know what's controlling that then. It must be the trigger then. You must be moving to trigger. So what we want to do is we need to turn this back off. So that none of the turrets actually need to play on enter. 0 and then 1. Okay, so what I'm thinking is happening here is that there's a trigger. This is the ambush trigger. So when you fall into this trigger, it's going to activate all these different objects, and let's see. So we can see it temp activate, but now if I die, let's see if I do this. Okay, so this trigger does reactivate. I think I'm gonna have to Alright, so what I can do is, fortunately I have a debug log on these triggers already, because this kind of shit happens all the time. So ambush trigger is in fact, so player entered intro wall. Okay. And all this stuff, we activate the turrets, we then kill the turrets. So we're canceling everything else that's happening after that. When we go to reset, player enters,
moving the top wall. And only one of them worked that time. Only the left one worked. Okay. So what is different about the left and right one now? I must have done something.
What'd you break?
Who knows? Who even knows anymore?
I know.
Okay, so I think that's the duration off thing. That's my only guess. So if I change this duration off to 0 and make this 1, that should just go ahead and fix everything. Only the left one was needed, but I'm pretty sure Alex is going to want both of them on.
He's a masochist like that.
He's really stubborn. He wants everything to work. Every single thing in the game. He wants it all to work.
God forbid something be broken.
I know, right? Okay, so now we hit enter. Everything should work perfectly. Look at that. Look at that. We reactivated the turrets, and now I can want to die a million times. So I'm just going to make sure that we have this this set for all the beams now. So this needs to be 0, and this needs to be 1. Let's see, intro wall. Okay. So now we can save this in what up Ardavaba?
What's up?
What's up is
Ardavaba?
we're making a game.
Yeah.
And
with the brains.
Yeah. Had quite a bit of help from chat today. And last time too. Oh shit, I forgot I need
last time was really awesome. I wonder if Trent and all them are still. I mean, we got Outcast back.
I was looking at chat and I died. That's what happens.
Way to go.
How many years experience do I have in Unity? I only have about 2 years experience, which is a decent amount for Unity because Unity is not super difficult. It's just a matter of, keeping up on things, and we've been making this game for almost 2 years. It was very, very different when we originally made it. But some iteration of this game has been in development for about 2 years. No, we're not using monodevelop. We are using... Oh, fuck. Now I'm reading chat and dying over and over again.
How about I just read it to you?
No, I can read it. I don't really care. I'm not... I fixed the problem with this level, so I'm not, super in need of being able to beat it. This is Alex's fault that this level is as hard as it is.
Agreed.
But we're using Visual Studio because monodevelop is a shithole bastard.
Sack of balls.
It's a sack of balls. Don't ever use monodevelop. If you have any regard for your sanity.
Years of experience in general.
Oh shit! I did not see that coming.
Well, we made our first game.
I have
2006.
I have 30 years of experience in life.
Yeah, there you go.
That's my general experience. For game development, I've been in game development for... I lost track. 7 years? I want to say it was 7 years.
Professionally.
UnityVS.com, do you guys use it? I don't. I'm not aware of exactly what that is. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck you, Alex. Ugh, God.
You're still alive on my screen, so I'm assuming that something happens in a second.
Yeah, don't worry. It happens. I'm kind of curious. I want to see, actually. I'm going to plug in... I'm convinced
pretty awesome in mine.
I'm convinced that I will do better with a gamepad. I need to find it though. This will work.
Outcast, that one actually is possible. When Alex was showing it to us, he was like, "Yeah, man, all you do is do this," and he fucking nailed it, first shot.
Yeah. Not that he
all of
always
us
does.
were kind of floored because we were just like, how did that happen?
Yeah,
But
it's a really,
yeah, if Alex
like,
can do it, he thinks anybody can do it.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, and once you do it a million times, like when people play this game for the very first time, they have no fucking idea what they're doing. They just get destroyed every time. But you really do learn the mechanics pretty quickly, and it becomes pretty intuitive. Let's see.
I think it's actually really fun.
Right, point look inside it. Yes, you can. Yes, you can use breakpoints, and that is helpful when you are a coder and you are trying to look for a very specific thing. The reason that I have debug logs is that that is so Alex can just click a button and get all of these messages so that he knows what's happening in the level for any particular object, and so you can just kind of toggle this. Alex is not going to go into Visual Studio and set a breakpoint inside one of my scripts. That's not going to happen. If you have ever, if you've never worked with a designer, that's not how it happens. I promise you.
Nope. Is this what you were thinking?
So I'm gonna try this with the gamepad now. Oh, it's not recognizing it.
Yeah.
I think I may have to. Do I have to restart Unity to get this working?
So that when he jumps out. Yeah.
Let's see real quick. Let's just try restarting Unity.
Right. Do you think this might be a little tall?
And to answer your question, Alcast, yes, Alex has played I Want to Be the Guy, and I think that there are parts of that he takes inspiration from for this game. So now I'm using a gamepad, so I will hopefully be a little bit better. You can really feel it in a gamepad that it is much. Oh fuck! It is much more accurate. I'm just terrible at this. It's not the fault of the controls.
A little more.
Okay. Let's see.
It's any consolation, I suck at it too, Joe.
Whoa! Oh my god, so close! Okay. Go over here. And if you're thinking that this isn't possible because the jump is so high, the hover mechanic, part of the reason for that. No! Fucker, so close.
I don't even know you anymore, Joe.
I know. Absolutely terrible. Whoa, I gotta fix that.
What'd you break? You alright, buddy?
Oh boy, I can't wait till that goes live. So,
now I gotta watch.
there may or may not be a bug where moving platforms will just be down there in the thing.
Wow. Way to go.
If they have the bullet script on them, they should be being cleaned up when you reset. So I'm gonna blame this one on Alex until I see proof that it's my fault.
Well, if it's any consolation, I blame him for everything.
Yeah, as you should. But yeah, that moving platform totally just like took me on a magic carpet ride right into that unstable energy.
Taking you back to your high
It
school
was
days.
like, bam, bam, bam. Yeah, it was. Oh god. Here we go. Here we go. We're not gonna fuck it up this time. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're gonna totally destroy it. I don't know. I mean, this level's fixed. I'm just kind of doing this maybe to prove to myself that I can, but I'm not sure I really require that. I don't know if I require that justification at this moment.
That amount of masochism, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need.
I don't know if I need it.
I know what you need. Some fucking fantasy life.
I actually rage quit that game last night.
What? Why?
Not permanently. Fucking fuck.
No, I saw you sign off all like early-ish. What happened?
So I was running around in the Elderwood, the deep Elderwood, and I chopped down the scary tree. I will answer that question. I will answer that question in a second, Outcast. That monster scary tree. It's like, and it's super hard to chop down, but I chopped it down, and I was on my way back. I had to run through the rest of the fucking Elderwood, and one of the goddamn owls on the way back destroyed it in like 2 hits, and I was like,
What?
"Fuck this shit!"
Oh, it sucks, dude.
Yeah, I was really mad.
I saw you like just randomly sign off last night, and I was like, oh, I guess he's going to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause this real quick and find out what the fuck is happening there.
Outcast wants to know about the mic drop.
I know. I actually I promised that I would answer that in a second. I just needed to get my fantasy life rage out. Mic drop. That's a very good question. Yep, that's a good eye. I don't even know where you saw that. But so mic drop is an animation in the game.
Would you like me to show it? I actually have the animations up right now.
Sure, if you want to show it.
Sure.
Apparently Outcast plays Fantasy Life. What else is room?
All right,
yeah,
the
ancient ruin is fucking rough too.
You know, oh yeah, ancient.
Yeah,
ruins.
Kyle, it may not be possible, but well, it's not broken anymore. God damn it! So tell Alex to fix it, or he'll probably tell you to fix it, and then you can tell him to go to hell and make him fix it himself.
What is Kyle talking?
Yeah, in Skype, not in the chat.
Oh, there he is. Not sure what level is. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Alex is actually watching too.
Is he?
Oh, never mind. That's from 8:49. Apparently, we've been on Skype for a long time.
Yeah. This is called.
All right, so here is the mic drops.
Oh, you gotta go.
This is when he's dropping and he lands. Pew! And this is when he drops and that's when he dies.
Okay, so yeah, see, this is Alex's fault. Fuck that guy.
So Mike can be dropping like this. Here, let me grab the actual idle. What's the idle? Is it 135 to?
Oh boy.
Shit, I don't even know. I remember it was really short.
Models, characters. I can actually check it in here. Yeah, the idle is 1 to 24.
It's what?
1 to 24.
That's normal idle. What's his dropping idle?
That is 220 to 260. Wait, are you talking? That's the hard land. I don't know what other idle you're talking about. How many are there?
Oh yeah, this is the hard land, but I'm talking about when he's actually falling. That's what he's asking about, right? The mic drop?
Yeah, the mic drop. But you said something about an idle, so I didn't know what you were talking about.
I thought that was one where he was like idling while falling. I could have sworn I answered.
Oh, that's the jump one. I see what you're saying. So yeah, it's not an idle. It's basically his jump animation. That is 102 to 119.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so that's what it looks like when he's falling.
Mic drop is in the in-game. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Yes, mic drop is false. This debug text that I have up here. Yeah, so that it's usually what's up here is only stuff that is like stuff that's necessary to know at all given times. But the mic drop I tossed up there just to see when I was debugging it, because some things are just not practical for the console. But yeah, so yes, this whole issue right here with this guy, this is in fact Alex's fault. His platform bullet clone is set to not clear on reset, and I don't know why. There's no good reason for that.
Makes sense. I mean, why would he want anything?
Like, he also has a thin platform script on it. even though it's deactivated, so there's no reason for that.
Kyle says he's going to take a look at it.
Oh. Well, he's going to take a look at it so that Alex doesn't have to. I have the file checked out right now, so you don't want to do that. But
right.
But yeah, so I can actually, I'll show you though real quick the mic drop in action. So like pretty much everything else in this game, the mic drop is activated through a trigger zone. And so when we go over here, you can see I made this little trigger zone. So what we're going to do is, instead of having that trigger zone teleport mic, we're going to have it make him do his mic drop animation.
As you do.
So in the inspector right here, in the trigger zone, I'm just going to go ahead and delete set object position.
So, real quick, not to cut you off or nothing, Joe, but our lovely concept artist Mary just pointed out that Outcast put his friend code up if you want to play with
Oh
it.
I did see that. I do not have my DS on me, but I'm gonna copy that real quick. Put that into a little text document for the time being. Where the hell are you? Okay.
Which, by the way, I hit fucking Hero Minor last night,
Nice.
in addition to Hero Paladin.
Yeah, I have Hero Paladin, Miner, Woodcutter. I think I finally did get Carpenter and Blacksmith.
Yeah, well, I saw you hit Carpenter last night. 'Cause you were working on those fucking mangroves.
Yeah, that was rough.
I'm just gonna look away for a second. What? Oh,
Okay.
shit.
So here is the mic drop right here. So this is this is just another trigger zone. So when you go through this trigger zone, it's going to activate the mic drop, and the mic drop is just a bool that is set in the animator, and it won't. When you go through this trigger zone, it'll kind of hold that, and it'll basically ready that animation, and when you hit the ground, that's when it activates that hard land that he does. So I'm gonna just disable this portal real quick, and if hopefully this still works, then boom. So yeah, pretty sweet. The problem seems to be that mic drop never turns off.
Well, when it hits on, it doesn't go off.
Yeah, so because it actually disables the controls for a bit, and they never come back apparently. So we're gonna have to fix that. That was extra weird. I don't know why that happened. You didn't know there was legendary?
Shut up.
God, what is the matter with you?
I saw that it kept going, but
I
I
don't
thought it
even
was
know
like
you
the
anymore.
Final Fantasy 14 where it just goes arbitrarily. Where it's like, yeah, you're level 50, but you can keep getting experience, I guess.
So if I jump over the trigger zone, yes. If I jump over that trigger zone, it will not trigger the mic drop animation. It's only for doing this. I don't know why it seemed to just stop working though. There we go.
What happened?
So I'm gonna go ahead and jump into the player control, which is probably the messiest script that we have in this game.
I like the
Outcast given spoilers. Yeah, I saw the creator.
Oh, I'm not
thing.
gonna look. God damn it.
I did not see Demi creator. I hadn't heard of that, but I know that creator is a thing. Yeah. Yeah, the DLC will raise your maximum level to 200.
What?
And will raise your maximum stat value to 100.
Well, I haven't even finished the game, so shut up.
Well, you better fucking get on that.
Well, I'm busy working on Teleportal. You know what I had planned for the night? I had planned to fucking drink some margaritas and play some Fantasy Life, and don't judge me. I'm out of other, man drinks.
So I will mic drop time.
But
the max skill level too. I actually don't know. Like, I feel like I got beyond 10, but maybe I didn't until I.
No, that can't be right because I've got dash level 12.
Maybe it was 15 and it went up to 20. Who knows?
Oh.
Artababa, yeah, this is actually, I don't know if you're talking about me versus other streamers, then yeah, it was 15. It went up to 20 from 15. That's cool. If you're talking about my indentation versus other streamers' indentation, then yeah, this is like kind of standard indentation, really. Especially for C++ programmers, if you have like a C++ book, this should be the indentation it uses. I can't imagine that. I mean, I guess maybe other people also.
Well, just to throw this out there, this is my code for in Mel, which Joe here likes to make me. He makes me use proper indentation even in a shitty program. Even in a shitty programming language, I should say. Like, if I give him any of my code and say, hey, Joe, help me out for a second, he still makes sure that I use proper indentation. And I gotta tell you, it absolutely helps. Like, 100% helps. So.
Yeah, Art of Abba, that's a good thing. You should always, like, indentation, all forms of white space, super important to be as like specific as you can and as consistent as you can with it. Makes things very readable. And like, if you don't really know, more than half of your time spent programming is looking at other code. It's not writing code. You spend more time looking at code that you previously wrote or code that other people wrote than you do writing code. So the importance cannot be overstated of making that code look nice, and making it very, very readable. And you want to be able to just quickly glance at a function and know exactly what it does and how it's doing it.
And actually, in our last stream, somebody made the point of using a lot of comments.
Yeah, which is another thing. Like, comments, and again, like that, comments more often than not kind of fight clean code. Like, if you are naming functions and variables properly, then you shouldn't need very many comments. Comments are kind of a crutch in that way. They can be useful, and if you have like a comment. Well, if you have them like at the top of a function or something like that, or something over a chunk of code, but if you just have kind of comments scattered throughout, then and really it's true of most comments. I see, Artavab is saying exactly what I'm saying. If you name variables and functions properly, and you make and your functions are doing what they're supposed to, a function should do one thing well, and that's that. And they should.
A lot of times, I've got test code that ends up becoming the full final code simply for time's sake.
Sure, and when you're talking about scripts, then that's so much looser of a rule.
Well, I'm also talking about using like time dependent, deadline driven.
That's a great example, Artavaba. Yeah, like if you need a comment for that, then you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I've never been that bad with comments. Yeah, I've definitely never been that bad.
Yeah, Outcast, that is definitely a, like,
putting a like / to do and then writing what you need to do inside of a block of code or something like that. That's definitely a legit thing to do. If you have it's important though that like if you have a to do like that, if you're like, oh, I need to make this thing do something, then you should still probably be putting that thing inside of a function. You should write a function for that, and then just inside the function definition, just say like, here's what I want this to do, or something like that. It shouldn't just be in the middle of like 10 lines of code and then just a comment being like, to do, I have to do this thing, and then 10 more lines of code. Like, it shouldn't be buried in the middle of something. You should still have it somewhere where it's like super obvious. You know?
Well, to play devil's advocate a little bit here, there's also the point to be made about like you said, looking at other people's code, or not even other people's, even your own code, but trying to find your own code. Like if you look at what I've got right here, you see that this is a reset function. This is a set animation to 1. This is a reset to 1. Here's a save plus. And I can see that easily without having to like just read the code and be like, what the fuck is this? Like, I can actually like, see it, apply Euler filter to a skeleton. Something along those lines.
Just FYI, if you want people to actually be able to read that, you need to boost your text size a lot.
Oh, sorry.
Just because, like, we're just for screen space sake.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, these are just tools I made on the fly anyway.
Yeah. And again, for scripts, it's super like the rules are kind of looser there, and because you're not writing a framework for a thing to use, like you're just straight up you're doing a bunch of things, and that's that. Like then rules are a lot looser there.
Right.
Mike the Beast. Is that Mike the Beast?
It's like Mike the Beast.
So making a variable static, in general just means that like it always exists there, and the reason that you make a function static, in the case of Unity, is so that it can be used by the editor. It basically makes it so that variable or that function always exists. And the reason that you make a variable public static in Unity is so that you can access it from that class. And I'm going to why I'm doing this right now is I'm going to show you how I write our debug text.
Creating competition.
So in what?
Nothing. Creating competition in game development.
Yeah. So just to show you, do you ever use regions? I don't, not in Unity, not for any reason. But I don't know. I mean, if you have a thing that you think is super handy in Unity, I'd be curious to hear it. I've never really used them in Unity. To show you, so the how I do this in this debug text right here is these are all most of them, if not all of them, are public static variables. So the way that we access them is through, I think it should be GUI text, big game object. So our sector settings has updates our debug text right here.
Sorry.
Oh, that's good. That's a question for you, I think, AJ.
What's the question?
What modeler do you use?
Modeler. Well, I'm using Maya. I'm actually the animator. I'm just I'm doing some modeling because our modeler has been MIA for a bit.
Yeah, did you fucking die in Jersey or something? What's going on
right?
with him?
Just fucking disappeared. But yeah, I'm primarily a Maya user. I was 3D Studio Max for about 5 years when I was in game development, and then when I moved to visual effects, I started using Maya, and I've found it that I'm a little bit faster in Maya than I am in 3D Studio Max. Plus, it talks to Motion Builder a lot easier, and it talks to Unity a lot easier. So I prefer it. But either one, I mean, Max or Maya. Joe uses Blender, and because he's nuts, but
because open source represent.
Oh, fucking guy.
Because if I don't want to fucking crack a $30,000 program, then I'm just going to use an open source one.
Just use it for work and have work buy it for you. That's what I did.
Yeah, I don't think Microsoft's going to pay an audio engineer to use Maya. That's just my guess.
I can help you build a case against that. That you need it.
Salcrania?
Salcrinia. Crania?
Salcrania. I mean, we're using Unity 4.5.5 F1, Visual Studio Express 2013, which are both free. So download them and use them. Start making games.
Oh, there we go. Salcrania.
Yeah, Salcrania.
It's
like cranium. So your name is Sal. You got a cranium, and you're in Crania.
Just quit while you're ahead, Joe.
I'm done. Done. We're done with that. Moving right along. So the way that this debug text that I have works is these are all public static variables, meaning that I can access them so. This sector settings script is the only thing that is controlling this debug text, but I'm getting this information from all different objects in this scene. So for instance, this mic drop false, that's actually a public static of player control. And the reason I made it public static is so that I can access it directly from the player control class. I don't have to find the game object that is the player. I can just straight up say this class has a variable called mic drop, and it's public static, which means that if I had a whole bunch of different characters, they would all share this same stat.
Outcast is going to bed, by the way.
Oh, okay. Peace, Outcast. I guess you're on the East Coast, so thanks for staying up so late.
Well, yeah, and also he's been in both our main streams, so
yeah.
Thanks a whole lot for supporting us, man.
Yeah, it's been in the original before we had 10 followers.
Fucking OG.
But yeah. Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Low Difference. Definitely, follow. We will. I want to make this a regular thing. I want to stream on a consistent basis. May do it every Monday or something like that. So yeah, anybody be sure to weekends. Definitely, we did a fucking marathon on Saturday, and that went incredibly well. So
yeah, I had plans to.
Yeah, we're fuck that. We got some important shit to do. So. I'm gonna so before I forget this for the millionth time, I'm gonna make this mic drop timer. So the sector settings script sets all of these variables that I have right here, but it's getting that information from different objects. So as you can see, even the input right now, I'm getting that. I'm setting that inside of this sector settings script. A lot of this stuff is from the init level, which is stuff that is global to this whole level that we're in, and it's actually global to the game. It just gets set on a per sector basis. And then again, I have this player control thing right here, and so when I make a variable public static, I'm able to access it in this way, where I can just say. So right now, I'm just going to add another line to our debug text, and I'm going to say plus equals. We're going to make a new line for this, and we're going to say
mic drop timer. And this is going to always display the timer for our mic drop, which is the amount of time that the player had, like the amount of time that we were locking control away from the player, so that this animation can play out of him like falling really hard and getting back up. We have to make sure that the player can't move the character while this is happening, because he's obviously kind of immobile for just a second. I believe it's 1.2 seconds exactly that we use.
I can look at it if you really want to know.
Well, I have it to 1.2 seconds. Hopefully that matches the exact frame amount.
Right.
Artababa, no, we are not using Unity 5 beta. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's only available. That beta is only available to people who have pre-ordered Unity 5 / have Pro. Because if you pre-order like Unity 5 Pro, you get Unity 4 Pro in the meantime, and you also get the beta of Unity 5. I would love to do that, honestly, but using a beta engine for a game that's been in for so long, has been being developed for so long, we have enough trouble keeping up with Unity updates sometimes when they're in full release. Kind of using a beta would be a little bit dangerous.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. So anyway, so I have this timer that I'm going to add to here. So because I made it public static, what I can do is just go right here and go player control dot mic drop timer. And the only reason I can do that is because it's public static. If it was just public, what I would have to do is I would have to actually get the instance of player control in that scene at the moment, and then access the variable that way. Because this is public static, it doesn't matter how many instances of player control I have, they all use the same variable. So we're going to just set that to string, and now when I go back here, I'm just going to undo this, let Unity compile my scripts, come back in. See, now we have this mic drop timer. Pirate it from Pirate Bay in Chesa. I'm not gonna encourage pirating software on stream. Public static sounds like super. Yes, that is exactly what it is. It's basically a variable that is global to that class, and so no matter how many times you instantiate that class, there is one variable for it. And so it's actually also it also saves memory a lot of the time, because if you only if this is our game controller, right, so we don't need multiple instances of it. And so just having a public static is that even if we do for mistakenly instantiate multiple versions of that class, multiple objects, they'll all use the same memory, so it won't bog anything down.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's super handy.
Sounds super handy.
So that was weird.
What happened?
That did not do what I really wanted it to do. There we go. Oh, I think I figured it out. So mic drop timer never actually increases. So I think that whole thing is never being called.
He's trying to justify.
Yes. No, I'm not gonna really debate the merits of pirating software. I completely see your point. The thing,
however, we are streaming.
Yeah. Aside from legal things of just being like, hey guys, you should really steal some software. I can't wait for Unity to come here and arrest me. No. To answer your question really quick, Mike DeBeast, no, at the moment I'm the only person writing code for this game, which is why when I just check out the entire scripts folder, I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, it makes things easier. We have discussed kind of maybe having people help out and stuff like that. But at this point, actually the game is damn near feature complete, so not super worth getting another coder at this point.
He does help me on my side projects, which he gives me a lot of shit for.
Yeah, I love making fun of other people's code. Love it. If anyone wants to stream your shit and I'll watch it while I'm at work and make fun of you,
God.
that'd be great. Anybody
Watch
wants
me
to do
write.
that?
It's spent 5 hours writing fucking 500 lines of code that you could do in 10 lines of code in 20 minutes.
Efficiency is a really difficult thing to learn.
Oh, it makes me cry every
worth it.
time.
So I think I figured out what's happening, at least with sometimes the mic drop doesn't activate, and I at least figured out why.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's just the animation, the state machine for the animation. The way that I have it set up, you can only get into the mic drop animation from the jump animation.
Okay.
And so if there's any weird thing that happens, where like the jump animation isn't triggered, you like fall off a really small ledge, and so the jump animation doesn't get triggered, and you just won't go into mic drop mode.
Right.
Just wondering how you do a group project. Oh, so Mike DeBeast. So I'm the only scripter, but there are other people working on the project, and
the person modeling right now.
Yeah. Well, and even though like for the most part you don't even work directly in the project, so that wouldn't really be an issue. Where it does become an issue is with like Alex, when he's designing levels, he has to open up these Unity files and then reverse, and then like edit those and then submit them. So for a while we were kind of doing stuff similar to what you're talking about, Mike DeBeast, which is we had the project up on Dropbox, and then somebody would always have to be like in the Dropbox project that went live, and everybody else had to copy it locally, make their changes, and then upload files as they went.
Not a pain in the ass at
all. It was fucking worst, I'm not gonna lie. Because anytime you needed to get someone else's updates, you had to copy the entire project back over again with your own updates and merge them in. It was a manual process. It was horrible. So we have solved that here, and if you are doing any kind of team project, I highly encourage this. We actually have Visual Studio source control. You can sign up for a free Visual Studio account. You can see this is a Joe Kelly Visual Studio because that is me. And so you can actually... So you just create you have to have a Microsoft account, which if you have an Xbox account you already have one, but you can just make one for free, and then you get all of this for free basically. So you get this Visual Studio account which does this. So I'll show you the home. This has all of our projects in it right now, which is just Teleportal. The code part of it, this is the source control part. And so you can upload your entire project to here, and it goes through this Visual Studio source control. So it goes to the Source Control Explorer. When you go to Team and connect to Team Foundation Server, that's what they call it. And you'll get, when you have an account, you get your own Team Foundation Server, and you can upload your projects there. The only limitation on it is that you can have a maximum of 5 users for the account, for a particular project, or for across all of your personal projects. You can only add 5 people to the team, but there is no size limit, which I think is a really big oversight, and they may kind of catch on to if a bunch of people start uploading giant things. I don't know. But right now there's no size limit. You can upload as much shit as you want to this thing, and it's only going to be limited by the amount of time you have to sit and sync giant files. So
yeah, anyone who's doing a project with anybody else, or even if you're doing a solo project, to just have your project kind of in the cloud and just using, you can use your own source control, so you can revert scenes to older versions, and does everything for you. Definitely, just make that account, and just and also because it uses Visual Studio, which if you're using Unity, you should download Visual Studio anyway, and this is totally integrated with all of that stuff. So yeah, it's so much better than using Dropbox. We used Dropbox for like a year and a half, and it was fine. Like, it allowed us to work remotely because we are in different parts of the world, but it was nowhere near the convenience that we have with Visual Studio right now. Make this into YouTube. That's a good idea, honestly. Like this.
As long as you don't make the other one.
I don't know if. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that's a place for, like, we do have a Psydra YouTube, and it's like it has the trailers for Dark Scavenger and all that shit, but we've never really talked about. And this is like a game development stream. I don't think we haven't really discussed doing like game development videos though on YouTube for Psydra. I don't know. Maybe we'll do some of that stuff.
I think it would be cool, man.
I would. Well, honestly, where it would probably go, it would probably go on my personal one. Because I have the blog and everything. Like, that's the whole point of that. And because it wouldn't make sense to do it on Psydra, because it's a game development company, that's where the stuff that we release goes, and that's for like PR. It's not like
that's true.
It's not an informational channel. It's a like PR channel.
Role players is just us being idiots.
Yeah. Robert I. Alexander, or Robert 1 Alexander.
That's an I.
If it's a Roman numeral. Well, no, but it could just be a lowercase Roman numeral. Who knows? For making YouTube, yes, it would swallow a lot of time, but it is something that I really want to do. It's not. I don't want to like try to be a YouTuber and spend a lot of my time doing that. But I think for certain things, it's totally worth doing, because again, we were working on this game for almost 2 fucking years, and did not know that you could make this free account and have all your shit in version control, and like. It's been just a dream since we transferred everything over. So yeah, I do want to get that information out there. I think it's super important, and I want to help other people. So Robert, the main benefits of coding Visual Studio. I mean, have you used MonoDevelop? Have you tried it? Like, it's
pretty awful.
Even like, honestly, I've been in meetings with people who work on Unity, like the actual Unity guys, and they don't like MonoDevelop. They'll rag on it all the time. Like, they're kind of partnering with it, and it they have their integration. It works fine, but it's nowhere near like the best IDE to use. You can hook Visual Studio up to Unity under the preferences here. External tools, so you can set Microsoft Visual Studio Express to be your external script editor, so that you can just directly open shit from Unity. It'll go right into Visual Studio. I always open the solution directly. There's our teleportal solution, and everything else. Like, Visual Studio is the standard for most programming for a reason. It's very full featured. It's very solid, and it does everything. And again, going back to the source control thing, your source control can also be right in Visual Studio. That is incredibly useful. It's incredibly handy. And yeah, I think was it you, Artababa, who mentioned this before? UnityVS.com.
I'll definitely check that out. I've never gone there, but I mean, if it's about Unity and Visual Studio, then I support it. Sounds awesome.
Nerd.
More information. Especially because you said
What happened?
I'm reading. I hate this LOL. He's referencing the thing where you said that you would write 500 lines, I would write it in 20 and stuff like that. I mean, obviously that's a bit hyperbolic, but yeah, I mean, honestly, code, the brevity of code is just knowing the syntax of a language really well, and doing things in a way that is really that the language was made to do. So the code that you write in C# or JavaScript or anything like that is going to be different than the code that you write in Python, because it uses different syntax and it's made to do different things.
For sure.
But yeah, like again, yeah, Twitch just recently put together the game development thing, so Twitch doesn't really even have a channel for programming necessarily, because it's technically all specific to game development. Like, they don't have just a programming one, because Twitch was originally made for games, for streaming games, not even programming games or anything like that. So the game development thing is probably honestly a step in the direction of making more informational Twitch channels and stuff like that, which I think is super great. Man, names are so hard to read sometimes. Zilithax?
Yeah, duh, can't you read?
I was reading it like xylophone, which you spell Zylophone. Zilithax. Yes, Psydra is a formally recognized organization. It is an LLC. It is Psydra Games LLC. It is based in Idaho.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Let's see.
I just animate for them, guys.
He's like, I don't know where your company was founded. Unity VS only works with the full version of VS, right? Oh, yeah, I don't know. So I guess it's a free. Oh, Mike DeBeast, I'm not sure if you're asking if you can only use Visual Studio with Unity Pro, which is not the case, or you do not need the paid version of Visual Studio either. But yes, you can use Visual Studio Express, which is free, with Unity, which is also free.
You can make a game for free.
So yeah, most tools for games that you can download are free. It's super handy.
Skills.
Visual Studio Express doesn't support plugins. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So yeah, adding, and the same with Unity, like the whole source control stuff. The little hitch in that is that there's a source control plugin for Unity, but it's a paid plugin. You can't just do that for free. So you do have to still like check out files manually in Visual Studio. There's a way to kind of expedite that process, and that's another thing that I would love to do a video on, because most people again don't understand how source control works and how to use it properly.
I have no clue.
Yeah. Does your company deal in wages or royalties? We've done a mix of both. For our first game, Dark Scavenger, there were artists that got paid like a flat fee, and there were artists that got a percentage, and continue to this day to get a percentage of the royalties of Dark Scavenger. Most people, once they do a certain amount of work, we're just like, we should give you a percentage because we want you to continue to get anything that this game makes. But if it's like a one-off thing where, like, somebody drew like a single background for a game or for a Dark Scavenger, then they usually got a flat fee.
I do it for the lulz.
It does for the lulz. You're getting a percentage of teleportal. Don't you fucking even pretend. Let's see. You can use BizSpark to get Visual Studio Pro free for a couple of years. Ah, that is interesting. Zilfax, I did not know that. BizSpark. I'm gonna have to look that up.
What is it?
BizSpark. BIZSPRK.
Fuck, am I getting old? I think I can't read that.
It's a it's a Microsoft thing, and I don't know about it.
I don't even know you anymore.
I'm a really good employee, guys. I don't know the things that my company does. But yeah, that is super cool. I mean, I could probably also, again, working for Microsoft, I can probably find ways to get Visual Studio if I wanted. I am super in favor of free stuff, like free and open source software. I will use over paid software, even if I can technically afford it. I much more support all that stuff.
Or awesome shit like Maya. Come on.
Yeah, if I want to spend $1 million or crack software,
or just use mine, which was bought for by a company.
Doesn't matter. It's overpriced, and it's also for most of the things that I do. Like, honestly, if you're just making a simple little fucking mesh, you don't need, like, that's like loading up Adobe Photoshop to crop an image. Like, you don't need that. Like,
that's true. I usually use Paint.
That's just that's just whacking off at that point. What about Qt and Coblocks? Qt or Qt, however you pronounce it. If you're talking about the GUI framework, I've dabbled in it a little bit. It's a little overbearing, honestly, and I haven't had a super need for it. If I'm making like a simple little tool or some kind of like console application with a GUI, I just write it in Python, and then you just use tk-enter with Python. I've never had to use Qt for it. Code blocks. I like code blocks again because it's also free, open source, and all that stuff. But it's not as good as Visual Studio. It just isn't.
Now this guy breathes coding. For my birthday, he got me a coding book from Maya.
Yeah, Python programming.
And I use the shit out of it, I gotta tell you.
Yeah, well, it's because like half of what you do is also now writing tools because you're probably one of the few people who can do it there.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's what happens with a lot of these. Once chat gets to like this terminal velocity and people are talking enough that I completely get distracted and will just talk to chat forever and just bullshit about things. Partly because I did a lot of the stuff that I did, everything that I had planned to do tonight and then some. So I don't feel bad really about just chatting to people if that's what they want to do.
Well, that's what happened the other day too. I had planned to do only one animation on, when was it, Saturday? Sunday? Saturday,
yeah.
Saturday. So it was Saturday, and I'd planned to do one whole animation, and I ended up doing 6.
JetBrains? I've never heard of JetBrains. That's an interesting one.
What is it? JetBrains?
JetBrains.
Never heard of it. Sounds awesome, though.
Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, let's I'm gonna
I'm putting a lot of effort into the back of this thing, and I don't know why, because we're never gonna see it.
Into the back of the mesh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you would see it once the glass breaks, right?
No, the back. Like
Don't put extra polys in that if they're not necessary.
Oh my fuck! This fucking guy.
No, as long as it's not a thing that needs a mesh collider, I generally don't care.
All right.
I'm only worried about poly counts on things that need mesh colliders.
Okay, well then, real quick, just to let you know what I'm gonna do for this. When he busts out of here, I'm gonna do a real quick scale change on this because I found that doing invisibility swaps seems to have kind of adverse effects when going into Unity. So what I'm gonna do is do a one frame scale change on this piece right here. You can see what I have selected, right?
I can now, yeah.
Okay, it's the glass.
Mm-hmm.
So on this glass here that I have selected, I'm going to do a scale change to make it scale to 0, so it'll essentially be invisible. And then have another piece that's going to be rigged, that's going to be in the same shape, scale out to 1, and then have that be the part that busts out. So it's essentially going to fracture those pieces and bust out. It's kind of like a visibility switch that we use in like commercials and shit, but it should work in Unity. I can double check it if you want.
Nice. That sounds fucking awesome. Hide in Inspector. Yes, Hide in Inspector does exist. It is. It's pretty handy. Honestly, I don't use it very often because normally if I need to make something public, there will come some point where I want to select that object in the Unity Inspector and just watch the inspector for that variable to change. So I don't use Hide in Inspector a lot, but if for some reason, you want to make something public so that another script can access it or another object can access it, but you don't want it to clutter your UI, then yeah, totally go for it. So this drop toggle, now I have to find drop toggle because I don't know why that's here. Okay, so drop toggle is true. I see. So is active equals false, drop toggle is true, and mic drop. But where does mic drop get set to true? Oh boy, that's fine. Here we go.
What'd you break, boy?
So let's see if this function ever gets called. Actually, it should, I think, because streaming a 3D game. That's our site box for game object that has.
I mean, for my just speaking from my own personal experience, maybe you can add to this, Joe. But I'm creating a platformer too. I'm a hardcore platformer guy, and mine is 100% on a 2D plane, a la Mega Man, and I'm doing everything with just capsule colliders for at least for my characters, and then for everything else, I'm using just box colliders. So, like, I'm treating it as if it was a 3D game, but I'm limiting everything to a 2D axis. So I don't know if that answers your question, or if maybe Joe can read into it better than I can, but that's what I do.
Site box for your game. I think I'm losing the wording around sight box for your game object.
Does he mean maybe perspective versus orthographic, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering which one that would mean, I guess. That only needs to be on one plane. So you would need, if you're making it like straight up like this game is, a side scroller with an isometric view, so that it's not perspective, you're not really like seeing, you're not seeing it really in 3D, it's kind of making everything very flat. Yeah, we don't use any 2D shit. 2D, I don't like 2D in Unity so much. If I was making a 2D game, I would make it in a 2D game engine. I know that Unity has a lot of features for 2D, but it's primarily a 3D engine, and everything, the editor is all in 3D. So to make something in 2D, you really have to make a lot of compromises and make it super weird. Even in this game, using all 3D assets, it's still kind of a challenge to try and make things look good in an isometric kind of flat plane, but still have everything be edited in a 3D environment.
I don't know if that answers his question, but hopefully it helps.
Yeah, I can only say that by default.
Oh, wait. Sight as in enemy in one spot with a trigger collider that works as his sight range. When the player enters the site, gets aggroed. See, I use...
Oh, I see. Yes. Yes.
I use raycasting.
So you can use you can use raycasting. I mean, or if it's not like a super like depends how like exact raycasting is super specific. Like you need to be like shoot a straight line that has no volume into an object. So that's like super like really specific. If you need a whole range, you either have to do multiple ray casts for different directions, but what I would honestly probably just do at that point is have a box collider trigger that is childed to like the head of the character. So that like imagine if I had this box that came out from my face in 3D space and it moved with my head, so that anything that entered this box, even if it was over here, and I would be even if I was raycasting straight, I wouldn't see it. But if I have this 3D volume that's in front of me, then everything that enters that volume will be like detected in that way. So you can probably do it with a trigger that is like childed to like part of the character somewhere, probably the face.
Right.
That's based on, if I'm understanding everything correctly, that's what I would say. Let's do a velocity check. Zilithax, the reason that I'm not doing a velocity check, well, for two reasons. One of them is that there is a maximum velocity on the character. So if you fall a certain amount, he's just going to hit max velocity and he's not going to fall any faster. We're actually not using the straight up like rigid body physics. Like I have my own functions to take care of how the character moves and falls and everything. But the reason, to more specifically answer your question, the reason that we're not using a velocity check and we're using a trigger zone is because we actually do want this to happen at very, very specific times. This isn't a thing that just happens when you fall a certain distance. It's a thing that we want to always happen regardless of how much you have fallen, almost. And it's effectively a scripted event. And I'm not worried about people jumping over them because they're not going to be in places that you can jump over it. The example is the very start of the game. You fall down this really long like corridor. Basically, it's just this vertical corridor. You fall straight down it, and you fall for a while in the very beginning when you enter Sector 1. And when you hit the ground, we want that to really be an impactful moment. And so we put a little trigger in there that does the mic drop animation. So we want it to happen at a very specific time. We don't want you to be able to then go like, jump, like find some really high ledge somewhere in one of the levels and jump down and be able to trigger that for no reason other than the fact that like you just hit terminal velocity. It's a very scripted event. It's very specific. Now I'm behind on chat.
Yeah, sorry, that was me trying to help while you were talking. I thought that maybe he meant that he didn't want something to be triggered, but it seems like it seems like he was actually talking about distance from one thing to another. Now, for me, I would just use a raycast that only saw a certain distance ahead of it on the z-axis. Mm-hmm. But like for example, I mean, you've seen my platformer. In that thing, my turret only sees, so far, so it won't activate if you're not like within its range. Right. But for him, I don't know. I think that just having having some sort of sight check, or I would suggest using just a raycasting thing. But I don't know if he's using a 2D thing. That's more your realm. I don't know.
Well, raycasting is good if it's very, very specific. But if you want to guarantee that like some object can be way up here and not within raycasting range, but you still be able to detect it, then you have to kind of do more raycasts, or you have to have some kind of volume to like trigger volume to enter.
Yeah, right.
To Mike the Beast, wait, who was it that said something? Yeah, Artababa. We have not really talked about Oculus Rift.
I just saw that too.
I'm baffled by the fact that it works well with side scrollers. I don't know if that's. I could see it working with side scrollers that still have perspective cameras, because that's the whole point, right? Like, is it gives you that like 3D perspective. If we're drawing in an isometric camera, then it's super flat. You don't get any of that 3D that the Oculus Rift was made for, and I would be really surprised if that made any sense to do. But I mean, maybe as a kind of stretch goal later, if it's a thing that actually people want. I don't have anything personally against it.
Well, the last 2 studios I've been at have actually had at least some people that were somewhat interested in the Oculus Rift and doing some form of side project within it. Remember that one tracking guy was hardcore into it, trying to track shit using an Oculus Rift. And remember he emailed you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like 6-7 months ago.
Yeah.
He's actually still doing that stuff. He bought an Oculus Rift and the whole nine, and he's doing dev shit with it. But
Nice.
yeah, it's actually kind of cool. I kind of want to get back to the studio, see what he's done. But yeah, it seems like Oculus or some form of stereoscopic stuff is going to be more and more integrated into game development. For this game, I don't know. that's a Joe question.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, if it's like, let's see. Yeah, I mean, if Oculus works with isometric cameras, then sure, I guess. Because it's not first person or even third person, but if side scrollers work really well and that's a thing people want, then yeah, I don't give a fuck. We'll do it. That's cool. So yeah, Mike the Beast. Can't move on the y-axis, so it's like you're shooting. Space game is in like Space Invaders type. You're moving on the X, and you have things coming at you, I guess. In which case, yeah, I would say if you just need to detect when you're able to kind of shoot something or something like that, then sure, you can totally. Then raycasting is definitely the way to do that. And assuming you're using Unity or something else that does a similar thing, you can have raycasts that only target specific layers. So you can have your asteroids or any other like kind of environmental stuff on a separate layer, and so that the raycast won't hit the asteroids or anything like that. It'll only hit the layer that you want to interact with. So that might be your answer. Let's see if this
Artababa has a rift, man. Jelly. Jelly.
Okay. All right. So drop toggle definitely goes to true.
Why can't I remember where path constraint is?
So this is in controls, isn't it?
Would you break?
Fuck.
Oh, dude!
I
finally got to see that. I finally got to see that drop in action.
Oh yeah, the drop is awesome, dude. It's so good. I just realized why this drop toggle thing is not working, and it's because I'm a goddamn asshole, and I'm dumb.
Asshole.
And you guys should be ashamed of watching me because I'm dumber than all of you.
What'd you do?
You're getting dumber by watching this stream right now, watching me fuck everything up. So I guess I'm gonna have to see. The thing is, I'm gonna have to put it in gravity calculations. So here's what I did. For any of you, you probably like are not following everything because this is a lot of code to try and parse. What I did was, so this drop toggle, what it does
is once you cross through the trigger zone, it flips this switch and says like, hey, when you hit the ground, you want to trigger this animation. And while that animation is going, the player's not allowed to touch anything. You're not allowed to move the character. The way that I turn off the character controls so that you can't move the character is I basically bypass the controls function. So the problem with that is that the part of the code that ran the timer for getting the controls back was inside of the controls function. So that flip bypassed the one function that was trying to flip back that switch.
So you broke it.
So yeah, it would flip the switch. It would bypass the controls. The drop timer would never run, and then you just stay frozen forever. So this should fix that. Boom, and didn't quite run. The drop timer went for a second and then stopped. So progress?
Question mark?
I think I might be bypassing both of these functions. So I'm just going to put it straight in the update function, which I've been trying to avoid doing, because I want the update function to simply just like call other functions and all that kind of shit. We're just going to go ahead and put it right here. Drop toggle. Drop toggle is going to run all of the time. There's our timer, and yay! Oh, we can move again. We can move again. Drop in the mic, and then we can run again. The animation, it holds the animation longer than it holds the.
Because the animation is most important. Duh.
No, no, that's not it. No, like that. He gets up from the mic drop and then freezes for like an extra second, and then he starts moving. So like I don't know. There's something weird like holding it in place. I need to find that animation controller, and we have an animation controller called Suck-a-D.
That sounds legit.
Yep. So, for anyone interested, here is the...
Suck-a-D!
No, this isn't Suck-a-D. This is the actual the state machine for the animation, for the character animation. So, what I can do here... Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
I can't...
What'd you break?
It's not letting me, like, raise the... Whatever. Here we go. Here we go. You can see this better now.
I actually can't see any of the shit that you're doing right now.
Oh, you'll see it. How did you add the camera shake? Yes, the camera shake is on one of the inspectors. Good eye. The camera shake is on this big game object. We have camera shake amount. And so the way that works is there is there's a target for the camera to always be at, and it'll smoothly like go to that thing, and once it locks on to a target, it really like holds on, just takes the exact position minus like 50 units or something of that nature. The way that I did the shake was it's adding a random variable back and forth to that position. So it's saying like take the position of the object that you're following, and then just add like 0.2 to the X, and then on the next frame it toggles it back and says like
now like take -3 and all that stuff. So it basically just kind of goes back and forth on both the y and the x values, and the problem is that I don't then recenter it on the target.
Way to go.
So I'll eventually do that. I just don't care enough. Like, it's not a big enough problem that I care. So so the shake right now when you die is pretty it's pretty minor. I'll show you. I'll add this teleport all back. So the shake amount that you get, I probably will only barely show up on stream because that's 0.1. So I can change it to make I'll make it 0.5 and see, and that should be a significant shake. But yeah, so you can probably see that on stream. It's a significant shake, but it's not crazy. It gets crazy when if we put it at 2. You'll probably see it ends like way off center, but the thing is, it's totally random. See, now we went like all the way up here. The amount that it adds and subtracts is completely random every time, and so it can kind of like shift. It can kind of just shake its way off in the distance. So yeah, that's where even it's probably in sector settings, player cam shake. Yeah, so here we go. So here's our camera shake. So it's just like our camera is attached to a certain point, but I'm just every frame I just go back and forth between doing a translate in the negative and then a translate in the positive. And this is like a super like slapped together camera shake just to see if it was like a thing worth doing, and it turned out to be really cool. I actually do like it, so I'll probably make a for real camera shake that will center back on the character.
What? Don't know.
You never know. It might happen. So there's that. What was I doing? Right, I wanted to see the state machine on this animator. So where is Hardland? I don't like that we call it something different. That was probably really stupid. But here's our. So
Hey, Joe, real quick.
Hmm?
How far towards the camera does the is the world actually going to be?
I don't understand the question.
Take a look at my screen, son.
Oh. Well, it's not really going to matter because it's completely orthographic, so...
Truth, but I still want it to go under. And this is, like, if you see where he's landing, that's where the 00 is. So he'll...
Oh, I see, yeah.
So I'm just talking about for this asset, how far forward can I bring these wires? Because I'm looking at this concept art, and the concept art has it going off going off that way, and like I've got the model in a good spot that kind of matches what this middle one is, but making these wires, I kind of need it to, especially for when he busts out,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to know how far I can go.
Yeah, totally. So to give you an idea, so we don't actually have a super standardized size for the world because it seriously doesn't matter.
Cool. What would you like me to do then?
But to give you an idea, based on what I'm looking at right here, you can pretty much go like from the 0 position of the character. By default, our levels would be about like his height forward and his height backward.
Wow, that's really short.
It's pretty short, but the backward doesn't matter at all because we can like shove that back as far as we need to.
Okay, well,
like
looking
the background itself, like the background tiles that we use,
are probably about like 10 times his height back.
Word.
So the forward is the only one that would even make a little bit of a difference, and that's not much.
That's what I'm interested in, because the way I'm having this go is I'm having it go into the ground so that these can go away.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Right, I see.
So
Yeah, that's gonna
be kind of an issue. Actually, you know what I can do? Never mind, I solved it. I'm gonna have them come out like this and go kind of where his feet are, and then curve backwards this way.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, I'll take care of it.
Cool, thanks.
Got it, dude.
Yeah, that looks awesome. That was fucking great.
Yeah, it'll look a lot cooler when I actually have them busting through it.
Yeah, that's gonna be absolutely ridiculous. So here's our mic drop, and I'm guessing that the issue that we're running into here is this the way back from the hard land. So the hard land goes back to idle, and so it goes boom boom, and then he gets up, and then he's supposed to go right back here, but for some reason he's kind of mic drop equals false. I don't know. Perlin noise. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Xylothax. I will definitely look that up. Cause yeah, I just really slapped together the shake that we have in there because our camera system is rather unusual, to say the least. We can basically we dynamically just throw it all around in different places, and the way that we do that, the way that we kind of interpolate between them is by an actual like countdown timer. So if it's following the player, we can then say, okay, follow this object over here and take 3 seconds to get there. And the reason that is super critical is that that object might be in motion. Like we could be following another object that is also moving, and so we need to guarantee that it will get to wherever this is in 3 seconds, even if it has moved all the way over here. So because that system is like super specific, a lot of the solutions that are kind of like very generic and like, oh well, here's how you put a camera shake in, and we're like, yeah, but we can't do that because our camera is attached to this thing now and it's over here. And so but yeah, I will totally check that out because our camera shake is rudimentary. It's amateur at best, one might say.
Was this amateur hour?
It's totally amateur hour. So actually, I'm really dumb, and I didn't bother looking at the toggles after the fact. Mic drop false. I don't know. So mic drop and mic drop toggles false. True, and yeah, they're both false. But it's like it takes a second. It really takes a second to get back. Is the any a substitute for any all other nodes? Yeah, basically. That any state is the substitute for any particular one. Like if we want to say that you can get from any state to a jump in this way, then it's effectively like the default, right? Like we want to say that okay, from this jump to the head hit, we want to make that really specific. But you can get pretty much anywhere to a jump. You can go, from the head hit to the jump. You can go from hover to a jump. You can go from a run to a jump. I explicitly do as many as I can because just to like make sure I know what's supposed to be happening. The any state, actually, the thing that I use it for the most is for So yes, so yes, Mike the Beast, I'm getting to that. The reason that I have the any state in there connecting to these things is what I use it for is the animation looping on itself. Because if you don't explicitly do the any state, this jump will play and then it'll kind of like lock, or it'll try to smooth in on itself. So I actually explicitly make sure that this, so like let's go to jump. So this goes jump to jump 0, and this ensures that it smoothly loops on itself. And everything else that I'm doing in here for these transitions is explicit, because I actually want those to smoothly cross over. So the explicit ones override the any states. The any state only gets triggered if you don't have a specific transition from one state to another. So it's not technically redundant because you're not doing the same thing. The explicit state is the thing that will control it if an explicit state exists. So yeah, let's see. There's the hover. Okay, so the hard land. Actually, I don't even remember. What is this?
Alright, Joe, check that out.
Oh, that's actually the soft land. I forgot that there were different ones. I can't believe I forgot that. What am I looking at?
How the wires now go this way.
Ah, yeah, nice.
So wires now go that way, and they go into the ground. I have them going through the ground. I don't know if that's going to be an issue.
If it goes too far, it could go through a platform.
Word. I'll take care.
But like the platform should be like at least a few units thick. Like what you have right there, I can't imagine a platform being much thinner than that. But knowing Alex, he's going to come up with some kind of problem. So.
Word. Okay, how about this then? Let me turn this off. And how's that?
Perfect.
Got it.
Okay. So this soft land is actually what's messing it up. Soft land's at idle.
Just gonna throw this out there, Joe. It's 12:30.
Yeah, I really need to stop doing things, but
I'm only mentioning that because I wanted to get some fantasy life in before I went to bed.
yeah, I'm gonna just write this one bug up real quick, and then we'll have to be done.
I'm actually kind of surprised I got this fucking asset. This is a good temp asset right there.
Okay, mic drop. Holds too long.
Come on.
You're gonna assign this to me.
I think it looks a bit
What do you mean?
Drop. Get. Send to us.
It is.
Limit.
Animation update as fast as controls return.
See it here.
Really?
Yeah, straight.
Oh, right, okay.
Why? What were you thinking?
All right. So that is a thing. Actually,
So it
you
doesn't.
might know what that is, but
What's supposed to look like that? Are you thinking?
Actually, I could probably.
No. You're thinking to flare this part out down here. Save this.
Just slightly.
You're talking about flaring this out right here, right?
Just a base.
You want to flare it out like that? No, that kind of looks cool. Yeah, it looks way cooler actually.
Looks like more stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Alright. Alright, well, okay, there you go, Joe Kelly. That's why you listen to your fucking concept artists.
What?
She was like, you know, I was thinking maybe you should flare out the bottom there. And I'm like, why would you do that? And she's like, because you're dumb. And I'm like, oh, okay then. And so I did, and I'm dumb.
Yeah.
So, for those of you that are out there, don't get married to a fucking concept artist unless you want to feel dumb all the time.
Xpixel, you gotta be careful with that.
What do you do?
He's saying Java for life.
Whoa, calm down,
Yeah,
buddy.
that's fighting words where I'm from.
Them's fighting
so-
words for sure.
Let's see. So I'm just gonna kill this character over and over again until you're done.
Well, we should call that character Java. If you're gonna kill it repeatedly.
Let's see.
I was on top of it.
I was like, bro, really?
Bro, what,
come on.
What are you doing?
Come on, for real.
Calm down, buddy.
Default player. I gotta turn this camera shake down. Yeah. I agree. I wrote an Android app in Java, and
Which one was that?
I never want to go back. I wrote like a little soundboard application,
Oh, that was right. I remember that soundboard.
and yeah, and that's the
Used
only
it-
time I ever want to use Java.
That was the one you used on Chris, right?
Hmm?
Didn't you use that one on Chris? It was like the shit. Which sound? No, wait, that was a different soundboard. No, it wasn't. It wasn't the.
Oh, yeah.
That was the other one that was like. I got a ring in there last night.
Oh man. Oh, next one is on play, but I'm not.
What do you want, cat?
Android is different. You know what? I have an Android phone. I love my Android phone. But goddamn, are they like not super audio friendly?
What do you mean?
Oh, it's a fucking mess. What is my UI is just not liking me today.
Not super awesome.
No, it's not great. It's not great.
Fuck.
Tall? Let's go with tall.
Mur is watching you intently, by the way.
Blech.
Yep.
Wee, 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 wee.
You know she can't see you in real time, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm just playing around. Just gonna sit here and his head. Yeah, his head did it. His head fell through.
What'd you do? Oh, nice. Alright,
Actually,
I do
what
believe.
To really get this effect, I should put this down farther.
I do believe that is what I wanted for tonight. What do you think of that for a decent clone asset?
That was an amazing one. It's a
Like
fucking,
it'll look like that.
it's poetic. That is fucking awesome.
Okay, I'll texture it tomorrow. I'll get it. I'll get a good solid base for it. I should probably cap this. I'll do some stuff to it.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that Unity paused when you tabbed out.
Does it?
Apparently. I feel like that must be new. I don't remember that ever doing that before.
Well, anyway, this is how he's gonna bust out, just so you know. Also, I want to do. I want to adjust the animation so that he does more of like a push off, because right now it's really kind of smooth how he comes out. And I'm thinking it might be kind of much cooler if there's more of like a beat right before he kicks out. So he'll like be bracing and then kick out for and that way there's more of an impact when he busts the glass. You know what I mean? Because right now it looks like the glass is just like breaking with no force. And I think that we could probably stand to have better animation, especially with, you know, a non-shitty animator.
Yeah, maybe we'll get one of those one day.
Yeah, someday. We'll get around to it.
I want your arm in there, you dick. There we go. It's a lonely little arm just falling forever.
But he's going pretty far to the side. I really had to adjust it.
Yeah. Alright.
But that's going to be a really cool asset, I think. Like, I can kind of already envision it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you think about it, if I do... Here, let me show you. If I do, like, an orthographic view, you can kind of see him already just coming out right there.
Oh, yeah. That's really fucking cool.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that's
fucking sweet.
pretty much exactly what it'll look like coming out.
Holy shit. That is awesome. I'm very excited to get that in.
I think it could use a little bit of adjustments. I think the capsule might be a little big, but I'll do some adjustments tomorrow when I get off work.
Cool.
I'm fucking tired though.
Yeah.
But I still want to get some. Want to get my fishing up to hero level at least.
Yep.
I'm not going to bed till 2, son. I've been working out midday. I don't gotta get up at 5 o'clock in the morning anymore.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think we're good for tonight then.
Cool, man. I think maybe we should try and start doing. I mean, are you down for doing like a stream, like even if it's just for an hour or 2 a night, or do you want to just try and?
I mean, honestly, let's be perfectly honest. That's never gonna happen.
It's true, but
if
I mean,
we stream and
try.
have more than like 5 people watching, we're just gonna sit here and answer questions for 5 hours. I mean, not on Tuesdays. That's probably not gonna happen. But
Mike was asking if you program the GUI as well. Joe programs everything.
program all of the things.
Yeah, if it moves, I make it move. If it moves because of code, that's Joe.
So I mean, like the GUI in this game is nearly non-existent. I wrote a little menu and or map, but we don't use it anymore. The GUI is being completely overhauled in Unity 4.6, so I'm not doing much with it. This is the complete UI that we have right now. Like there is the back to title and quit to desktop were just done basically for when we built the game and when we were demoing it somewhere.
Well, let's look at
and you
those.
don't have access to the editor, you need these two things. But suicide is the most fun. I could sit here and just suicide over and over again because there are 3 different suicide, not animations, but different ways that he can die, and we just saw all 3 of them right there. So we have the head explode. That's a pretty great one because it leaves the rest of the body intact.
Oh, you can do some.
There's head explode again. There's that. That's one of my favorites. That actually uses. We have numbers for all the different bones in the character. They number 1 to 70, 76, something like that. So I use that as the number of the bone as the delay. So bone number 1 goes first, and then they individually just shoot up in the air. And then that's that same one. I really likes that one. And there's just that's the head explode. And it's that one again. That's the blow up one. That one just shoots everything in every random direction. So those are the ways you can die. And that's basically like the entirety of the UI. You can reload the entire level.
Well, there's other ways to die that are not implemented yet.
I wonder. That's really interesting. You have to. I should probably fix that. I just found a new bug.
Bug? What happened?
If you die, so if I suicide right now, my head explodes. If I hit this reload button,
Yeah.
it will reload the whole scene, but you don't see anything because the character is still dead below where the camera is. And
Oh,
so
no
the
way.
camera's not following anything, so you have to hit enter to reset the character. So I need that reload to actually also reset the character.
In case, can I show them the space death?
You can show whatever you want.
Alright, well, here's the space death.
Reload.
Here's another way that you will eventually be able to die.
Clear.
And Joe's gonna program in some blood coming out of your head. I don't think it's a toupee.
That's me.
I just kind of when I exploded his head, his hair was kind of a separate object. So I was like, well, I think it would be kind of funny to have his hair just float away.
Did Trent Sterling just get here?
Trent are you kidding me?
He's shitting me right now, Trent Sterling.
Dude, what
God
are you
damn
doing
it.
getting on so late? What the fuck?
It's fucking late. Yes, it is. What are you doing out, Trent?
Right? Man, we're just about wrapping this up and then Trent gets on. Now I feel like a dick. It's like I feel like we're leaving just as he's getting on.
Boom. Yeah. Oh, I
Well,
heard a portal activate somewhere.
if Trent just is getting on, he hasn't seen what we were using. That he saw the kick out animation at least, but he didn't see what we were using it for. So I'm gonna show him the new assets because he might be kind of cool with that. It's cool, man. So Trent, we just made some new assets, and Joe fixed a bunch of bugs. Here's our newest asset, which is going to be this. Remember the other day we were working on that clone stuff. We got now we got this guy where I created a clone. Mary came through. Here's Mary, by the way.
No.
Yep, there's Mary. Mary did some new concepts for some clone tubes, so I went through and I did a quick blocking pass on what.
Electro might no, this isn't for the Game Jolt Jam. I don't know what that is. This is not a jam. This game has been in development for like 2 years, just about. Some iteration of it, anyway. It was very, very different.
So anyway, Trent, Yeah, she's shy. She's right here laughing. Yeah, don't they? They look pretty awesome. Mary's favorite one is this right one here. But I kind of like the middle one, so I went with the middle one first. And I'm going to make the right one for like an alt. But yeah, so I got to do some different animations for it. I had to adjust the old animation to make him kick harder and further. But other than that, this is what we got going.
Yeah, that's really sweet.
And that's what I did. Joe did a bunch of other stuff. I got
Kool-Aid Man, yep.
I got into this shit way late. So.
I mean, so it's. I mean, it's technically a 3D platformer, but it is an isometric view, so it is what you would probably call a 2.5D platformer. But yeah.
Babe. Trent said the middle one was the best. Told you.
Yep. But yeah, oh man. Alright, seriously, gotta stop this madness.
I know, we gotta go.
Did so much today though.
I know, we get so much done whenever we stream.
Yeah, no, it is surprisingly productive. Despite the random like half hour we'll spend doing nothing but answering questions.
I have no problems with that.
No, neither do I. I think it's great. But yeah, I think we're set for the night.
Cool, man.
But yeah. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. If you are not already, be sure to follow. We're gonna be streaming all of the gaming development stuffs, and yeah, I think Alex is gonna do some level design. We'll always try to have as much of the art stuff. Hopefully Chris is not dead and will come back and do some background art stuffs. And
I haven't heard anything from him in a while.
Yeah,
Chris is the actual modeler, the guy who's supposed to be modeling this shit.
Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna stream as pretty much anytime there is somebody working on this game. They'll probably be streaming it. So we're gonna have I'm gonna be doing all the programming stuff. AJ's gonna be doing animation stuff and apparently modeling stuff as well.
Yay, modeling.
Mary's gonna be doing concept art. She was doing concept art in the very beginning of the stream, and she's hiding. And and hopefully Chris will be doing background stuffs. And so yeah, yes, it is a puzzle platformer. It's not. Yeah, it's not a shooter. You don't shoot. You have no weapons of any kind. Your goal is to not die. You don't kill anything. But you do die horribly in horrible ways.
And it's always fun whenever you die.
Yeah. See you, Trent. Thanks for stopping by, Trent. It's good to have you back. Better late than never. But yeah, we will totally be streaming more stuff. So yeah, come back to see more development. If you have any suggestions or anything, can I find more on the game? This game hasn't even been announced yet. We have our previous game should be on the Twitch page. It's called Dark Scavenger. You can go to Psydra Games. I mean, we have a Psydra Games page. I don't even know.
Well, Dark Scavenger is also on Steam.
Yeah, and I have the Steam link in there.
Oh, okay.
Like, this is our Psydra Games page, which we kind of just threw up a site and there's nothing on it yet except for the link to Dark Scavenger. So you can certainly go there, and whatever we do announce, we'll definitely go there. But for the time being, it's really just a link to Dark Scavenger and all the stuff that is coming soon. Honestly, the only way to get information on this game right now is through this Twitch channel. Because we haven't announced it. It's not even a real thing that we're talking about yet. It's not we're not tweeting about it or anything like that. There is a Psydra Games Twitter for when we do announce it. But for the time being, we are just streaming the development because we can, because we're indie and we play by our own rules.
Yeah, because fuck the man.
We're mavericks.
That's what I'm saying.
So right, Mavericks,
So,
like the things that Mega Man hunts.
how hard was it to get on Steam? It took a long time, and it took like a lot of Kyle, who is doing some level design stuff. He does a lot of QA. He does all our PR. He does a million things. He basically just kind of like PR'd the shit out of the game on greenlight forever until we finally got greenlit. It took a long time, and the game came out in what was it? April, March. I think I want to say it was April or 20. Yeah, you gotta keep moving. I think it was like April of 2012, and like got on Steam a year later or something like that. Like it took a long time. We put a greenlight page up the day it went up. We had our greenlight page up before they started charging for it. It went up instantly the second that we could, and it took a long time to get greenlit, but it was worth it. Like it's so much better to have a Steam link to your game, and more people will buy it just because it's on Steam. So just if you're looking to release a game on Steam, put it on greenlight, PR the shit out of it, get it just in front of as many faces as you possibly can. That's like the only real advice I have for it. But yeah, so unfortunately, I think there are a couple of people that are kind of straggling in right now, but we're wrapping up for the night. But to see this guy die over and over again and fall to his death and have all kinds of crazy shit happen to him, definitely come back to this channel. I'm gonna go out with a nice little unstable energy death,
and I'll show him dying with a choking, with a heart-wrenching choke.
Heart-wrenching. All right. Yep.
Okay.
So dying everywhere. All of the dying, and more dying, and slowly getting chopped into pieces by stuff.
I can make him land on his face too.
Let's see. Okay, so yeah, we are done. Please tune back in, and we will do all of the hijinks, all of the shenanigans, and answer questions, and take requests, and do all of the shit, and make all the games.
And more beer!
And more beer. No, that's a bad idea.
All
But
right,
that's it. That's all we got. So good.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Night. Thank you so much for watching. Hello. Peace.